stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Strickland, if you would press your button.
Yes, I'd like to call up Pastor Lawrence Weathersby to do the invocation.
Good evening. Let us bow our head. Heavenly Father, we come to you on this night, God, giving you praise, glory, and honor for giving us this day that you have made. I pray we will all rejoice and be glad in it. Now, Father, I lift up our parish president, our parish council to you now, God. I pray and ask that you anoint them afresh with strategies and ideas that will be a blessing to each and every community in this parish. God, I lift up every community leader and every resident of this parish. Shower us with your favor, your love, that we will operate on one accord and become a beacon light not only in this region, but in this state and in this country. And it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. No, I wouldn't. Wait till it. Madam Clerk, if you would please call the roll.
Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith? Here. Mr. Rowling? Ms. Casabon? Here. Ms. Seiden? Here. Mr. Phillips? Here. Ms. Tanner? Here. Mr. Impastato? Here. Mr. Burt? Here. Mr. Kugel? Here. Ms. O'Brien? Here. Mr. Lachlan?
Here.
Mr. Bender? Mr. Corbett? Here. And Mr. Strickland? Here. We have a quorum.
All right. Public comment. A 3-minute time limit is established for each member of the public wishing to speak for or against an item on the agenda except appeals. To ensure that all speakers are heard, please hold cheers and applause. Anyone who wishes to place a comment in the record but does not wish to speak at the podium may fill out a speaker card and check the box indicating that they do not wish to speak. All right, at this point, we are opening the public hearing for the budget. Is that right? Mm-hmm. All right. And before we get started, I have to make a little point of personal privilege. I'm suffering from a case of Bell's palsy, so I've lost control of half my face. So if I give you a weird look, it's nothing personal. So. All right, so the public hearing is going to be for the first two items, which is ordinance calendar number 7703, ordinance to adopt the 2025 operating budget, and also ordinance calendar number 7704, which is ordinance to establish the capital improvement budget and capital assets. So it's understandable if y'all want to come talk to us just in general about the budget or specifically for each of the two budgets that we have to put together. Do we have any cards? Okay, at this point, we do not have any speaker cards for this. So that means technically no one from the public wants to speak about our budget. If that's the case, we will move to adjourn the public hearing and start the regular meeting. Make that motion. All right, motion by, all right. Thank you. Do we need to vote? No? All right. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll again for the regular meeting?
Mr. Smith? Here. Mr. Rowling? Ms. Casabon? Here. Ms. Seiden? Here. Mr. Phillips? Here. Ms. Tanner? Here. Mr. Impastato? Here. Mr. Burt? Here. Mr. Kugel? Here. Ms. O'Brien? Here. Mr. Lachlan? Here. Mr. Bender? Here. Mr. Corbin? Here. And Mr. Strickland? Here. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Once again, a 3-minute time limit is established for each member of the public wishing to speak for or against an item except appeals. To ensure that all speakers are heard, please hold cheers and applause. Anyone who wishes to place a comment in the record but does not wish to speak at the podium may fill out a speaker card and check the box indicating they do not wish to speak. Okay, under special items, first up is our budget ordinance calendar number 7703, ordinance to adopt the 2025 operating budget. This was introduced on October 3rd, 2024.
I'll make a motion to postpone.
All right, I have a motion to postpone from Ms. Tanner and Mr. Impastato.
I'd make it clear since the special meeting is postponed to 11:20.
Yeah, so we're having a special meeting on November 20th where we're going to introduce the amended budget for next year. All right, do we need to vote?
Yes.
All right. We have a motion and a second to postpone the first item. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
All right. Item number 2 under special items, ordinance calendar number 7704, ordinance to establish the 2025-2029 capital improvement budget and capital assets.
I make a motion?
All right, Mrs. Tanner, is that to postpone?
Yes.
All right, we have a motion and a second to postpone. Please vote.
And that motion is unanimous with one absent.
All right, thank you. President Cooper, are y'all ready for presentations? Yes, we are. Yes, sir. Please take it away.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, members of the council, members of the public that are here with us this evening. Looks like a full house again. When you call a meeting, they come out, and we're glad to see that. It's my honor every month to acknowledge an employee of the month. And this evening, I have the honor of acknowledging Roxanne Brady. Roxanne, would you come up here, please? This is your first time doing this, isn't it? It is. Whereas Roxanne Brady began working for St. Tammany Parish government as a utility billing supervisor in March 2010 within the Department of Utilities, where she continues to serve today. And whereas Roxanne's daily responsibilities include overseeing billing operations for over 16,000 Department of Utilities customers across the parish, to ensure that bills and collections are completed accurately and efficiently. And whereas Roxanne also works closely with our field personnel to ensure that meter readings are obtained in a timely manner in order to maintain our weekly billing schedules. And whereas Roxanne is truly a dedicated employee who takes the time to ensure customer satisfaction by thoroughly explaining Department of Utilities procedures and policies and treating all customers with kindness and respect. And whereas Roxanne is an asset to her department and an outstanding employee who performs her duties in an exemplary manner and is committed to serving the citizens of St. Tammany Parish. Now therefore I, Michael B. Cooper, as parish president of this great parish, do hereby recognize the hard work, dedication, and accomplishments of Roxanne Brady as Employee of the Month, November 2024, and encourage all of our employees, our members of the Parish Council, and our citizens of St. Tammany Parish to thank her for her service and commitment to St. Tammany Parish. Congratulations, Roxanne.
Thank you.
Did you want to say a few words? He doesn't want to say a few words. Okay. And look, they're all 14 years here, right?
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank
You have members of your family here this evening?
My husband, my daughter.
Thank you all for your support. Okay, the next presentation is going to be made by Mr. Bruce Wayner. Bruce, for the past 25 years, has led the efforts and the excitement and the passion for Christmas, Holiday of Lights, here at Coop Drive. And Bruce would like to say a few words to the council and to our citizens. Bruce? Let's give him a hand.
Thank you, President Cooper. I'm here to announce that on Friday and Saturday night, December 6th and 7th, and 13th and 14th is the 25th anniversary of Holiday of Lights. I don't know if you've ever been to Holiday of Lights, but we transform this area into a winter wonderland. We have choirs, we have lights, we have rides for kids, we have get your picture taken with Santa Claus. Why is this 25 years? So I started thinking when over the 25 years, we've held over 2,400 performances from elementary school choirs, middle school choirs, and high school choirs, and it's pretty amazing. We broadcast those performances live on the cable access channel. We record them and we replay them over the Christmas holidays, so these kids and their parents can see what their children perform. We have a waiting list every year for choirs, and I also want to extend an invitation to you, the council. On Thursday night, December 12th, is our sponsor and patron party, and I hope you can attend. We have music, we have food, and this event is just a great way to start the Christmas holidays. I'd also like to thank President Cooper and his staff. A lot goes into putting on this event. There's thousands and thousands of lights, displays. We're going bigger than ever this year. I hope to see all of y'all there. Thank you very much.
Councilman Bender, did you want?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say to the people of St. Tammany Parish, I've been fortunate to have been here just about since the time that Bruce was involved in this. And I'll tell you, he's a businessman and he does good work in this parish. But let me tell you, he and his family have contributed so much to the children of this parish, to the parents of this parish who get to come here and watch their children enjoy a real Christmas. So I want to thank Bruce for your commitment and your family's commitment, and also President Cooper for the commitment of the resources that we provided. But Bruce, can't thank you enough for everything y'all have done and continue to do. Thank you.
So in recognition of the 25 years, I can't let this moment go by without acknowledging Bruce as he began this endeavor as part of the Tammany Trace Foundation. And I want to recognize Bruce with a proclamation as well. So for his 25 years, it's real short. Whereas the cherished annual event brings together families, friends, and neighbors in celebration of the season, capturing the merriment of the holidays through festive light displays and decorations, performances from local school children, visits with Santa Claus, crafts, rides, and much more. Whereas the Holiday of Lights event has grown tremendously over the years to become an iconic community gathering, and the event would simply not be possible without the tireless hard work and passion of Mr. Bruce Wayner, who has spearheaded the event through the Tammany Trace Foundation since its inception. And whereas Bruce's continued dedication ensures the event continues to grow and innovate, offering new attractions to delight and entertain the thousands of residents who look forward to the event each December. Now, therefore, I, Michael B. Cooper, as Parish President of St. Tammany, do commend Mr. Wayner for his commitment and contributions, and hereby recognize the 25th anniversary of the Holiday of Lights, and thank everyone who has played a part in making this celebration a fixture in our community's holiday calendar for the past 25 years. Thank you, Bruce. Thank you. You mean that to the community.
I would have dressed.
You did good. Enough for you. Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you, President Cooper. Mr. Impastato?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to take the agenda out of order, to move up resolution number 10, C-7024, as well as all of the appeals.
Okay. So resolution number 10 and the appeals.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, we have a motion to take the agenda out of,
resolution that's on the.
All right, so before we discuss, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Seeing no other comment, let's vote. This is to move the agenda out, take the agenda out of order.
The motion passes with 11 yeas, 1 nay, and 2 absent.
All righty. So, Joe, do you want to do the resolution first or the appeals first?
I'd say do the resolution first.
All right, so item number 10, for those of y'all following along, we've moved Resolution Council Series number C7024, resolution to amend Council Series number C6989 to establish the Home Rule Charter Advisory Board positions of the chairperson and vice chairperson shall be selected from the public members of the committee. All right, Mr. Burke.
Am I hot? Okay. I'd like to make a statement in regards to this resolution. So the Home Rule Charter Committee was established to evaluate and recommend changes to the structure and governance of the St. Tammany Parish in a manner that reflects the interests of the public and adheres to democratic principles. The ability of this committee to select its own leadership is a core element of its independence and integrity. By imposing external restrictions on this selection, the resolution undermines the committee's autonomy and could interfere with its ability to function impartially and effectively. The process of selecting the chair and vice chair of a committee is a procedural matter that should be left to the discretion of the committee members themselves. These positions are critical to ensuring smooth and efficient operations, and committee members are best equipped to choose leadership that reflects the needs and priorities of the committee's work. Imposing external restrictions creates unnecessary bureaucracy and erodes the trust placed in the committee by both the public and elected officials. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the council to reject this resolution and allow the Home Rule Charter Committee to select its leadership in accordance with established best practices and democratic norms. This will ensure the committee can carry out its duties without undue interference with the trust and confidence of the public. At this point, I'd like to make a motion to postpone indefinitely.
I second that motion.
All right, Mr. Kugel.
So I'm glad that,
Motion and a second on the floor to postpone.
so I'm glad we're having this discussion.
His light was lit first.
Yeah, so I do get to speak. It is my resolution. This is not something you brought to me before we spoke tonight. This is why there's a transparency issue here, honestly. And I mean, this is why people have had questions. This is why I've been hearing so much from my constituents, my concerns with this. This is exactly why. I just want to say that there's a popular saying right now that is in political thought that the purpose of a system is what it does. And what that means is when you design something, a board, commission, or committee to do something, that's probably what it's going to do. And the intent of this committee is to guarantee a recommendation to adopt the New Orleans model of a council. That's what this is about. And it takes away access from the average citizen in rural areas and spends more tax dollars to grow government in order to provide more access to lobbyists, special interest, and big developers. I have been hearing nothing but concerns from my constituents about this, and the fact that this was sprung on me at the last minute without talking to me beforehand just makes people think that even more. So if this is the route we're going to go, we're already starting behind the line. So you guys are welcome to vote how you want, but I mean, this is exactly my concern. You guys are making my case right now. So.
Thank you, Mr. Kugel. Mr. Impastato, we have a second. We have a motion and a second. Any other comments? Mr. Phillips?
So right now, we are voting to not have the restriction of the committee, the vice chair and the chair. So if you vote yes, you're saying there will be no restriction on the vice chair and the chair being the chairman of the committee. I just want to understand how I'm voting.
Yeah, Mr. Impastato, sorry, I'm limited in my speech tonight.
As it was initially written, the committee will select their chairman. What Mr. Kugel is trying to do is limit the committee's ability to select the chairman. So if you vote yes on the postponement, you will not limit the committee's ability to select their chairman.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Kugel, and then we'll take a vote.
So the reason I introduced this at all is because I was concerned about transparency issues, and I've been hearing nonstop that people don't trust this process. And did I think I had the votes? Not necessarily, and it looks like I don't. But this makes the case that I have been trying to make. There's no better evidence than this. So,
Councilwoman Casabon? And Mr. Corbin's next.
I'm a little confused. Mr. Kugel, can you expound on the transparency part? How would the group that is chosen, professional people, I don't understand the reasoning for this.
Sure. So the reasoning is this would ensure there's going to be 4 members of the council on this committee, right? And then whatever the recommendation of the committee then goes before the council. I wanted the public to be able to have more confidence in this process and transparency, that they would not feel that the committee was being unduly influenced to give a certain recommendation, because the members of the council might say, hey, give an indication of where we're going to vote once it finally comes to us. This is solely for the purpose of more transparency and confidence in this process.
Mr. Corbin? Oh, I'm sorry, Martha, please press your button again. You got to do it again. There you go.
All right.
And then Jeff, you're next.
So I have full confidence in anybody that's on this council that we were elected by the people to make the right decisions, that I respect everybody on this council, whoever they are, that would be put on there, that we have the public's interest in mind. And I think that the meetings would be public. I'm pretty sure that the committee would meet. It'd be on TV, and people would see the process. That it's kind of insulting to think that, just having 4 members, that they would have to be. And probably this group would be smart enough that they probably would not be using a council person to run this, because council people have been pretty busy these days. So I concur with Mr. Phillips.
All right, and Mr. Corbin?
I'm just going to offer, I agree with what Martha said. I've got great confidence in whoever we select to be on the Home Rule Charter Committee. They should be in a position to select their own leadership out of that group, and we should not put any restrictions on them. I can't understand why why that's not transparent. We're going to vote for people tonight. They're going to be the people that are going to be in the homeroom charter, and then that group is going to be hands off from us, and they're going to go and select their own leadership to go execute the process. I'm not sure what more transparency is required.
All right, Mr. Impastato?
I'd just like to add that I don't know that you could have a process that could be more transparent. First of all your meetings are public and televised. Second of all, it goes before a committee. After the committee, it goes to the council. And then the community, the parish, will make the utmost decision and vote on whatever decisions that are made. This is simply a question of who will be chairing the meeting, and simply enabling the committee to make their own selection, which I'm sure they'll be competent enough to do so.
Councilwoman Tanner?
Thank you. I agree with my constituents. We're appointing a committee. We have a lot of, about 8 or 9 nominees tonight. It's hard to choose from them. We have such, they are all fantastic. It's going to be hard to narrow that down to 4. And we have faith in this committee. And we need to trust the committee that they're going to see who should be chair and vice chair. Why are we restricting them? I know one of the great concerns is rumored they're cutting down the council. Well, I'm from the rural area. I have a problem with that. I want to make sure that the rural area is represented, and I don't know where we can do it if we cut down. So I have faith in this committee that they can go through the issues and see what's right and what's wrong and appoint their own chair and vice chair. Thank you.
I would, Mr. Bender?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. After hearing all of this, I have to say I agree with my colleagues that have spoken in favor of allowing the committee to select who's going to chair the meeting, okay? Remember, chairing the meeting is a process of keeping order, okay? and following the process. It is not a dictatorship, okay? Those who have watched our meeting this year, our chairman, Arthur Laughlin, has not been a dictator. He's followed the process. And there will be rules in place for whoever's chairman of this committee. For me, to name committee members tonight and then to not trust them to vote for who they think would be best capable of being their chairperson, I think is kind of a slap in the face. So I support Mr. Impostato's comments.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kugel?
Just back to what Martha said, and I appreciate your comments. And Cheryl, I'm completely with you about rural representation. That's one of my chief concerns here. Martha, you did say something like you believe the committee, that it's smart enough that they're probably going to choose members of the public. This just ensures they do. I mean, that's all that this does. Okay, but my reasoning behind this was for public to have trust in the process. And that's it. So that's all I have.
All right, we have a procedural motion. Please vote.
The motion passes with 10 yeas, 3 nays, and 1 absent.
All right, moving on.
1 second.
Oh, yes, ma'am. All right, now moving on to appeals. Each side is allowed 10 minutes to present their case and 3 minutes for rebuttal. A 2-minute conclusion per side may be allowed if questions are asked by the council. Item number 1, Harold Burfick appealing the zoning commission denial on October 1st, 2024 to rezone 0.464. Oh, do you want to?
We're already out of order.
Oh, yes, ma'am. All right. To make it easier, we're gonna move to appeals number 2 and 3 because we have a motion to. All right. So. All right. So we're going to, in an effort to hopefully clear the room, because I believe some of y'all might be here for the 2 appeals here across the street from Coop Drive Complex on Highway 59. So these 2 appeals are in my district. I've received a lot of communication from my constituents. I'm hoping for a postponement tonight so that we can have a public meeting. And I can listen to the concerns of what my constituents have and the worries they have concerning these 2 developments. Unfortunately, as Councilman Bender pointed out, as chair, I cannot make a motion, so at this time I would ask for a motion to postpone.
I move to postpone.
Mr. Impastato? Second by Mr. Burke. All right, so we have...
Are we voting on both?
No, we have to vote each one. All right, so we have 7 cards, and right now we have a procedural motion. So when I call you, you're going to have 1 minute to discuss whether or not we should postpone this or not. Okay, Dennis Trainer? Yeah, they might be outside. Officer, can you see if we have a Dennis Trainer outside? Rob Campbell? Louise? Oh, this one's I'm going to butcher. Incravaglia? Mark Dishon or Dishon? Donna Dishon? Are they outside, Mayor? Melanie Powell? Monica Trainer?
She does not want to speak.
Oh, does not want to speak, sorry. Ricky? All right.
those people are outside. I would just ask.
Is there anyone here who wishes to speak for this?
Yeah, they're outside.
Yeah.
All of those cards came from outside.
Gotcha. There's 70 people outside.
Mr. Sochet won.
Mr. Sochet, would you like to speak at this time? Yep.
It's just on the matter of postponement.
Yeah.
Just about postponement. I know.
Mary, if you would let Mr. Ross Favarola come in. He's standing in front of the bathroom. Yeah.
He called today.
Yeah. Yeah. Just, they'll take your card once you're finished. Ross, if you would just introduce yourself and whether, and the issue before the council is, do we postpone or not?
Yes, sir. I'm Ross Favaloro. I live at 23056 Carter. That's down the road from the old Robert Hardware. I come representing a lot of the community in this corridor, and I say that in the most genuine sense. I've spent countless hours going door to door, collecting signatures, speaking with community members. I've stayed in contact with Councilman Laughlin, and I understand as a governing body of representatives, you often don't hear from your constituents. We'd like to change that tonight. We'd like to step forward and to let our voices be heard. We'd like to ask for the postponement so that us as a community can let our concerns be heard about the development in this highly sensitive corridor. I'd also like to ask anybody here tonight who is attending and is concerned about the Highway 59 corridor development, would you please stand up so the council can see us all? Anybody else?
All right, thanks, Ross.
Thank you, Councilman.
I think the majority of our people are, or of your people are outside. So
They are. There's probably 50 people outside.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
All right, would you mind representing everybody and we can just consolidate?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Sochet, would you like to speak?
Mr. Chairman, President Cooper, I have a letter that I'd like to read into the record. I don't think I can do it in a minute.
You can have more time, sir.
But I will end at that. Dear members of the St. Tammany Parish Council and Administration, I'm writing this letter on behalf of several entities that my company is representing and myself personally as part of an ownership group to inform you of certain matters of importance regarding these rezoning cases before you tonight. I first want to go back in history and give you some background since many of you are new to the council. In December of last year, on behalf of the St. Tammany Chamber, my project partners, and several clients who Gulf States represents, I and others urged the previous council to not simply insert a change in allowable uses, deleting apartments as part of an overall Unified Development Code change in 8C2 and 8C2A districts. As many of you are aware, I've worked for the past 7 years on the UDC Rewrite Committee as chairperson for the Chamber's Public Policy and Governmental Affairs Committee. I informed the council at that time that there were serious negative ramifications and other unintended consequences that could occur due to such a change that would normally be handled in a master rezoning effort by the parish or via direct negotiations with specific landowners. Allowable uses within a zoning classification are a valuable part of landowners' private property rights and are directly related to the property owner's value and future planning. The 2023 council at that time chose to delay any action on the ordinance and push it to the new council in January of this year. When the issue came up in January, I again cautioned the council to remove the proposed change to the UDC. Again, it was postponed at that time by the new council. However, eventually, y'all decided to put it in the UDC in July, which is why we are here today. I've been involved with the development of this property at the northeast corner of Highway 59 and I-12 for over 12 years. My partners and I own a portion of the property for that same time. Seabread 7, which owns 25 acres just to the north of us, who I'm also officially representing, has owned the property since the mid-60s. I can tell you that we have always hoped and planned for locating a food store at this location, in addition to other services that have been realized in our outparcel developments along Highway 59 already. During the process, we have provided right-of-way for the Coop Drive extension that was built by the parish to facilitate the installation of a traffic signal at that location. The light at least stops traffic for a short period of time, allowing people and Coop Drive employees primarily to access the roadway. This was something very important to Parish President Kevin Davis at the time. Recently, we also installed a turn lane in conjunction with the Starbucks project and the upcoming food store project.
We've given you more time. We have a 1-minute time limit for postponements.
I understand. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Can we use this for both of your appeals? Is that fine?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
We've always planned complementary uses on the property to what is there now, which includes multifamily, office, banking, medical, and other services, all in a cohesive, walkable, well-planned community known as Little Creek. I also want to mention at this time, there have been some of the constituents here, some of your residents here have called Church of the King. Church of the King is not involved in this project whatsoever. They're simply a good neighbor. There are several reasons why this property has not been fully developed and realized. Issues like COVID and more recently runaway inflation and interest rates have delayed construction of what has been planned for years. Several major related real estate transactions are currently being held up awaiting resolution of this specific matter in an expeditious fashion. The damages to the parties involved are substantial.
Sir, it's a 1-minute time limit, and you have a 4-page letter you're trying to read to us. I've given you 3 extra minutes.
Okay. Then you folks can read the letter.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second.
And I strongly suggest you do.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to postpone this for 1 month so we can have a public meeting. Do we have any comments from the council? Nope. Mr. Phillips.
That's the meeting that's scheduled for Monday, correct?
No, it'll be Wednesday if it's postponed.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Smith?
I've got a few things.
Yes, sir.
This has really been unfair the way this has gone down. We're speaking about whether or not to postpone something. Not one side gets to say, yes, we're in favor of postponement, and another side get up there and start advocating, okay? So that's not fair, and it's nobody's fault in the audience. Secondly, when there's an appeal, I would strongly suggest that you start looking at appeals in your district earlier so that you can then have community meetings with your residents and constituents prior to the meetings. I had to get that off my chest. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, I agree with you. This was an appeal that was brought on after an approval of the zoning commission, so I didn't get a chance to meet with the constituents. All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. This is for the postponement of item number 2, appeal number 2.
Motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Thank you. All right. This is the second appeal, appeal number 3. This is for, I'm sorry, I'm having some trouble reading right now. The Merrick Mathern, Randy Trumanello, Ronald Landesh, Kelly Mathern, Gregory Billiot, Javiz Albi, Michael Foster Billiot, and Charlotte LeBlanc appealing the zoning commission approval on October 1st, 2024 to rezone 4.86 acres of land, more or less, located on the east side of Louisiana Highway 59, on the south of Strain Road, and at the end of East Coop Drive, Mandeville, from its present HC2 Highway Commercial to HC3 Highway Commercial District, Ward 4, District 11. Again, this is an appeal in my district, which I'm hoping to postpone.
Motion to postpone, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Impastato, thank you for your motion to postpone. Can I have a second?
Second by Mr. Burke.
All right, second by Mr. Burke. Would anybody, I think everybody has said their piece on this because the other one were tied together. Can I just push them together? All right, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
All right, so if you're, in an effort just to clear the room, if you're here only for the issue on Highway 59, we're going to have a special meeting, which I'm going to put on the council's website on Wednesday. A community meeting, I apologize. On Wednesday at, Ashley, is it 5? 5:30. 5 or 5:30. We'll put it on the website. Thank you all. Have a great night. We'll just take a moment to clear the room. Yeah, there's a lot of people for the other appeal.
No, we have another appeal. Appeal number 1.
That's everybody. Yeah, we can. Okay. Yeah, I'll get you to make a motion after this appeal. All righty, let's come back to order. All right, so this is appeal number 1. Harold Burfict appealing the zoning commission denial on October 1st, 2024 to rezone 0.464 acres of land, more or less, located on the north side of Shady Lane on the east side of Carroll Road, Slidell, from an existing L2 to an HC2, Ward 9, District 14. The petitioner is Harold Burfict, and the owner is Harold Burfict. All right, Mr. Strickland, this is in your district, and I have quite a number of cards.
Most of them don't want to speak.
Okay.
I think you have 2 that did not select, do not wish to speak.
Okay. Thelma.
Well, we need to
Oh, sorry.
call the appellant.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Burfict, would you like to come up? Okay. Is anybody speaking on his? Yes, sir. Miss, did you want to speak on his behalf?
Yes, you should have my card there.
What's your name, ma'am? I'll just...
Belinda Parker Brown.
Okay. Gotcha. We just have you as do not wish to speak. That's why.
Oh, but it's not. I wrote on there on the side.
Gotcha. You got it. Are you speaking on behalf of the appellant?
I'm in support of Mr. Commissioner. I'm sorry, Jimmy Strickland.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Jimmy. Let you.
You go first, Jimmy.
Well, due to talking to some other constituents in that area, and some have changed their stance on that particular property, and also I've looked at it. I did some traffic studies for that area. What he's proposing to do will not increase traffic much at all. You're talking maybe 5 cars a day on a good day. And so when I look at it, and the property was previously commercial, and what's there now has actually increased the property value of that area, and because there was a very dilapidated building there, so I feel that it's in support of giving it back to the commercial that it was previously done before, when it was a bar.
All right.
Absolutely, I agree with Mr. Strickland. That area was formerly commercial, where the dilapidated property have been for quite some time. There should not be any interruption in regards to the flow of traffic, and to deny him the right to have zoning so that he can put his business there, I feel that it would be a dishonor, because we do need businesses here in Slidell that supports our tax base, and that Mr. Harold Buffett been a businessman for quite some time here in our community, and he deserved the opportunity to expand his businesses. And I would like to see you guys, approve his zoning so that he can establish himself, even on a greater level here as a businessman in our community. Thank you.
All right. All right. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against? Thelma Jefferson?
Good evening, Parish President and council members.
Y'all have 10 minutes, Chief, if y'all want to split it.
We don't need 10. Good evening, everybody. First of all, this is our second trip here, and we have explained the situation in the area. So I'm not going to go back to that area, but I am going to say this. Mr. Burfitt nor Ms. Parker Brown lives in that community, neither does I. Ms. Ducree is a member of the tribe and one of my aides, and have asked me to be her voice. Y'all know I have a big mouth. The condition should be voted on based on the residents that live in the community. As I said in the past, there have not been a petition to the community. Mr. Burfitt does not live in Louisiana at this present time. Ms. Parker Brown does not live there. But my tribal members that live there, Mr. Alfred Evans, who have had a heart attack and had surgery, have also asked me to speak on his behalf. This is right there in their yard. Matter of 200 less feet from their driveway. I say, like I said before, let's find something that is not going to bring traffic to the area along with the inconvenience already that's there during school hours. The community does not need a new tire shop. Highway 190 has enough tire shops you just about can walk and get a tire. If the area is going to be used, let it be used for something productive for the community, not something that opens up property to be brought under commercial, to be sold for profit and leave the suffering on the people that live there. You can have my rest of my minutes. I don't need them. Do what you would do in your community on this choice.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Burke and Mr. Strickland, then Mr. Strickland.
I just had a question. What kind of business is they trying to open?
Tire shop.
Okay, thank you.
A tire shop? Yeah. All right, Mr. Strickland. All right, Miss. You got it.
I've spoken to one of the residents that she spoke of, and I assured him of some things that had to take place, and he's fine with the suggestion.
Okay.
So you're moving to override?
Are you making a motion to override the?
Yes.
Okay.
Making a motion to override the appeal.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bender?
Yes, thank you. I have a question for Mr. Liner. And by the way, this is not neither a pro or a con question, okay? It's just for information. This is a total of 0.46 acres as I see it on the map, okay? How big of a, with side and rear and front setbacks, with parking that would be required for cars that are coming in to have work done, that employees parking and so forth, approximately how big could the building be, and about how many parking spaces would we require?
So at HC2, I believe the maximum building size is 40,000 square feet, which again is just about the size of this piece of property. However, with commercial zoning, you can only develop up to 50% of that lot size. So he'd be restricted by, 50% to be able to develop.
Okay, so let me see if I'm getting this straight. So this property is .46 acres. So correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think it's 40,000 square feet. The property is about 20,000 square feet.
You're right.
Okay. So what could they build in square footage?
So again, the max
50%?
Yeah, I mean, but with your parking and your required drainage and your infrastructure, the building and the related infrastructure is up to 50%. So cutting that half acre, let's just say it's a half acre parcel in half, you're down to a quarter acre. So it's hard for me to guess what the maximum size he could put on that particular piece of property. The zoning classification calls for a maximum size of 40,000 square feet. Clearly, that can't take place on this piece of property.
And as far as if the building were 10,000 square feet, the 50%, about how many parking spaces would be required?
So it depends on the use. So when you come in for a building permit, based on that particular use, we make sure that it meets the zoning classification. Then we determine what parking is required based on the actual use.
Okay.
So it's not based on the zoning, it's based on the actual use at that point for permitting.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, just one other point. This is in Mr. Strickland's district, and my district is also along Carroll Road. Mr. Strickland and I work very well together on these projects. I do want to point out, just for informational purposes, that in general, because of the type of road that Carroll Road is, and I'm not saying Mr. Strickland agrees with this or not, but it's just my observation from having a good part of Carroll Road in my district. It is narrow, okay? There are no sidewalks on either side. There really can't be sidewalks on either side unless we came in with huge culverts, okay, that would have to be put in along the road. So regardless of how I vote on this, I just want to make the point that I'm not for commercial development along Carroll Road. We need to keep it to where the people, and I agree with Chief, we need to keep it to where the people who live there, who have to walk to school, have to pick their children up from school and so forth, that we do not head in a commercial, highway commercial avenue. We don't go down that. Now, am I overly concerned about this? I'm not overly concerned about it because of the size of the property. The size of the property, and that's why I asked Mr. Liner to come, limits what can go there. If you can only have 5 parking spaces, you're going to open up a very small operation, okay? So if this were larger, I would be not in support of it at all, okay? I'm just generally not in support of highway commercial along Carroll Road. It's not that type of a road to be used for highway commercial, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bender. Mr. Phillips, you're next, then Mr. Impastato, Mr. Corbin, Mr. Strickland.
I was curious why the zoning went from commercial to L2 in the first place.
For Mr. Liner? Yeah, sorry, Ross. Yeah, that's for you.
It appears, based on the 2009, 2010 rezoning, that's when it changed at that time.
All right. Mr. Impastato?
Do you feel that's an appropriate zoning for the location?
So I don't make that determination. So what we do is, we analyze, we provide data and research to the commission, and they make their vote. I will say, Carroll Road has a lot of the city of Slidell almost surrounding it. There is HC1, NC1, and NC2 along that stretch of Carroll Road. So I don't believe the commission was unanimous in their vote, and I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Corbin?
Ross, don't go too far. So in reviewing the zoning staff report, the staff report references it is not consistent with goal 1.3. Can you provide some more color as to why it's not consistent with that, beyond just the statement that is written there?
Yeah, so, we kind of look at the surrounding area. The surrounding area is residential. However, this particular parcel is on Carroll Road, where again, they do have NC2 and HC1, and there is the city of Slidell nearby with some commercial activity. This one really could almost go either way, but we erred on the side of being more conservative and went and provided that information to the commission.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Corbin. Mr. Strickland?
So due to the fact that I've evaluated every situation differently on that particular road, I don't recommend or look forward to anything going down further south of Carroll Road. So that building is already there, and I just feel that it would be beneficial and it would not devalue that the area. I know most of the people in that area, they're friends, family, so I just feel this would not affect that area at all.
All right, so we still have Mr. Strickland's motion to overrule, and second by Mr. Kugel. All right, so seeing no more lights, let's vote.
The motion passes with 10 yeas, 3 nays, and 1 absent.
All right. Mr. Strickland, can I have you introduce an ordinance to adopt the zoning commission's recommendation?
Open to introduce an ordinance to open it to recommendation for adoption.
Second. All right, thank you.
Who was the second?
Mr. Kugel for both.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah. All right, Mr. Corbin, then Mr. Sorry, I'm not on. Mr. Corbin, then Mr. Impastato.
I'm not exactly sure whether I make a motion, but I'd like to move the spay and neuter item up.
I'll second that.
Yep, all right, let's vote. Are we still out of order, so we can?
No, we could be limited to those that he.
All right, so we need to vote on y'all's motion.
Yeah, motion to move it, I take it out of order.
Yeah.
It's number 17.
Yeah, this is number 17, y'all.
7740.
Yeah.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
All right, so y'all following, we've moved up in the order of events. We're now going to discuss the spay and neuter issue, which I think there's a majority of y'all who are here for. So next up is ordinance amending the code. Item number 17, ordinance calendar number 7740, ordinance to amend the St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances, Part 1, Chapter 10, Animals, Fowl, and Reptiles, Article 4, Animal Control and Welfare, enacting Section 10-670 relative to mandatory sterilization of dogs and cats, and providing for other matters related thereto. Mr. Impastato?
I'd like to make a motion to substitute for the new language, so we can discuss that. And also mind, this is for introduction tonight.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and we have a number of cards. Do we want to say what the...
You want to do a quick rundown?
I think if Rob could come up and Emily can give a quick rundown on the ordinance and the changes, then everybody can come and speak and have a better understanding of what we're talking about.
Yes, you want to take them?
Were they giving cards outside?
Yes.
Rob, let's wait 1 second so Ashley can see if there's more people outside.
Certainly.
Yeah. All right, Rob, we'll let you start.
Certainly. My name is Rob Bremer. I'm the director of St. Tammany Parish Animal Services. Believe I spoke to all of you at the agenda review about 2 or 3 weeks ago. I can't remember off the top of my head. Councilman Impastato and Councilman Corbin and I have been going back and forth with Emily, trying to find a middle ground here on our proposed ordinance, and I believe the changes that we've made to it are amicable. I believe they see both sides of the aisle, and it provides a clear way forward through the spay and neuter voucher program, and also adds a tool to fund it or increase the funding of it through the finable amounts. So I wholly support this being introduced, and I look forward to it being adopted in December.
Let me ask you a couple questions so we can just understand. So now, with the way we rewrote it, if you would like to, your animal to not be fixed, what is that process? With the new, potentially, what is that process going to be?
Certainly. The new language allows for a waiver. And essentially, if your animal is impounded, and I know, Councilman Kugel, you had trouble with the word impound because it allowed, well, does that mean I can just go door to door and take people's animals away? That's not what we're saying here. Essentially, what this means is if an animal is impounded as a stray animal due to a leash law violation, the animal is confiscated for animal cruelty, or Good Samaritan brings an animal in that they find loose and astray and at large, and it comes into our shelter system. If you look at the second page of the amended ordinance, you'll see the second, let's see, it's on subsection E. There, E1 would be the first offense, and it says the owner of any fertile cat or dog impounded by the Department of Animal Services that is coming into our system. For a first-time offense, in accordance with subsection E, may pay a fine of $150 in lieu of a spay and neuter requirements if the animal has received an intact waiver. If the animal has not received an intact waiver, the pet owner shall obtain an intact waiver and pay a fine of $250 in lieu of satisfying the spay and neuter requirements. So the waiver section is above. So under 2, any pet owner may obtain a no-fee intact waiver with the provisions of this section from the Department of Animal Services. 1, in order to receive the intact waiver of these requirements, the pet owner shall present proof of current rabies vaccination, current license, and microchip identifying the current owner of the animal. And number 2, the intact waiver may be repealed if the cat or dog is impounded more than one time by Animal Services.
And it's mandatory, unless you have this waiver, that your dog or cat be spayed or neutered.
That is correct.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that was clear. And any dog, any animal can get a waiver.
That is correct.
Doesn't have to be a special AKC, doesn't have to be whatever. If it's a hunting dog.
Correct. If you elect to have your animal unfixed, there's a no-fee waiver.
No fee
But if the
waiver.
animal is impounded by our system, then that comes into play.
Thank you very much.
All right, so we have a, are we ready to? All right, so I'm going to open it to the public at this time.
I think it's a good idea.
All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Rob. Barbara Meyer. Good evening, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm well acquainted with AKC. Hey, how you doing? I'm one of their animal establishment, permit people. I have stopped breeding now just due to age and the fact that my contract, when I sold a Pomeranian, because I bred Pomeranian, says if that animal can ever not be taken care of by you, it comes back to me and I find it a new home. All my animals have been placed by me with somebody, so I'm not one of these willy-nilly people that think. I also breed AKC show and performance animals, Pomeranians. My concern is the mandatory. Yes, if you have people that are breeding willy-nilly and just let their animals run wild, I can see impounding it, giving them one shot of the option. Do you want to keep this animal? Yes, no. Well, you better keep it under control. I found out about this like an hour and a half before the meeting started. So, like I said, I breed show and performance animals, or at least I've stopped breeding now. I just don't have the time with my job. The other concern I had was the time frame. They said kittens at 26 weeks. Well, I can agree with that. 52 weeks for dogs. Research has shown through breeders, breed groups, veterinarians that large breed animals do not mature until they're 2 years of age. So if I got a Pomeranian, yeah, and if I don't want to use it for breeding or showing, a year, not a problem. If I have a Greater Swift Mountain Dog or a Irish Wolfhound, they don't mature till they're 2 years old. Some people do not put these dogs in the ring till they have matured. So they would fall under your, I have to go get a special permit because I want to keep this animal intact until I would decide whether I'm going to put it in the show ring or not. So that is one of my concerns. Usually if I'd had more notice about this, I would have contacted my AKC rep, and they probably may have sent a delegate could come down here and talk to you, but since this is the first thing that we're hearing about it, I'll be calling them tomorrow and we can get some information, and maybe by the next thing we might have somebody to actually come explain some of these things about dog breeding and age requirements for spaying and neutering, because there's been a lot of research done over the last 10 years about neutering and spaying animals before they have reached maturity. And I didn't see the changes, so I'm up to them. And I do think animal control does a wonderful job. I have been contacted in the past. I found a dog. Well, it turned out to be it wasn't by them, it was somebody else that found a dog. It was one I placed with somebody, and they had lost it. I have all my animals microchipped. So the vet calls me, and I went and got that dog back. Couldn't find the owner again, so I kept it, and then I found it a new home. That's what a responsible breeder does. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Rob, if you could come back really quick before we go to the next speaker. Yep.
I can't.
I fell into that. We did forget to discuss a very important component of this, and it's the commitment to the voucher program and how it works. And if you would not mind, could you please describe that a little bit and talk about our commitment to it so it coincides with this?
Certainly. The voucher program, for those of you who don't know about it, St. Tammany Parish, our shelter, has a dedicated tax millage. There's a portion of that we dedicate. We've increased it about $10,000 each year for the past couple of years, dedicated to having a spay and neuter voucher program. We have a couple participating veterinary clinics. One of them is actually here tonight, Big Sky Cares, out there in Folsom. Essentially, the parish pays a significant portion of the spay or neuter surgery. There's some copay depending on the size of the animal, but for the most part, it's a significant impact for people who may ordinarily not be able to afford those surgeries for their animals. And one of the big ideas behind this is another way that we can continue to fund that program, and hopefully, inevitably, 10, 15 years down the line, we don't have to have these conversations because pet overpopulation is not the problem that we have in St. Tammany Parish, that it is right now.
All right, thanks, Rob. Beverly Roser, forgive me if I. And when you get you have 3 minutes when you get up here. Thank you.
Good evening. I've been a resident of St. Tammany Parish since 1981. I'm a retired Command Master Chief, an RN, a technical researcher, and a grandmother. I've read this ordinance, and I have problems with it for a mandatory sterilization. After listening to Mr. Bremer speak at the last council meeting a couple of times, I have questions. I went to his website. I also saw where they probably displayed a 97% live release rate for the last 2 years. Also, the euthanasia has decreased from 2310 in 2016 to 160 in 2022. So this leads me to question why we need a mandatory sterilization for our pets. Okay. No, I mean, if you're a responsible pet owner, such as I or anybody else here, we shouldn't have a mandatory. I have a suggestion that would solve. You don't even have to do the whole ordinance thing. On the fee sheet of section 10-643, the first time reclaim fee, you can either spade or neuter it in 30 days or unaltered, it's going to cost you $40 to get your dog out. On the second time, why don't you all put in just mandatory spade or neutered? That would go after the people with the problem, that don't take care of their dogs, that don't leash them, that don't hold them in kennels or in their homes when
Miss,
they are
try to face
having-
the council, otherwise you're not recorded.
Okay, that don't keep their dog in heat or don't keep their dog indoors during those times. If you put a mandatory on here, people go, and this will, on the second time of having to reclaim your pet, that should do it. And that would solve a lot of Mr. Broomer's problem and our problem. The thing is that, you know, trying to force people who are, I'm 65 years old. I've been responsible. My dog is going to be 9 years old. She's never been spaded. I like her that way. And she's never had puppies. And she's an AKC registered dog. And there's reasons why I personally did not have her spaded. So I think it should be left to the citizens and go after the ones that are responsible or irresponsible in their dog or animal ownership. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Kosh.
Before I start, can I just get a clarification on Mr. Bremer, the amendment, that you were reading the amendment?
Yeah, we're going to read it for you so y'all can hear it.
I'm just going to go ahead and read the substituted version, just so that you all know what it is that we're discussing in terms of the substitution. So the beginning stays the same. Section 10-670, spay and neuter of cats and dogs. Cat shall mean any member of the feline family. Dog shall mean any member of the Canis lupus familiaris family, except as provided in subsection D below. No person may own, keep, reside with, or harbor a cat or dog within the parish that has not been spayed or neutered. Subsection D, waiver. These provisions shall not apply to any kittens 26 weeks or younger or any puppies 52 weeks or younger. Subsection 2, any pet owner may obtain a no-fee intact waiver of the provisions of this section from the Department of Animal Services. In order to receive the intact waiver of these requirements, the pet owner shall present proof of current rabies vaccination, license, and microchip identifying the current owner of the animal. The intact waiver may be repealed if the cat or dog is impounded more than one time by the Department of Animal Services per subsection E. Subsection E, enforcement. Any cat or dog impounded by the Department of Animal Services for a violation of St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinance Section 10-644, 10-647, 10-648, 10-650, 10-658, 10-659, 10-664 shall be required to be spayed or neutered in accordance with this section. And then subsection 1 of that, first offense. The owner of any fertile cat or dog impounded by the Department of Animal Services for the first time offense in accordance with this subsection may pay a fine of $150 in lieu of the spay or neuter requirements if the animal has received an intact waiver. If the animal has not received an intact waiver, the pet owner shall obtain an intact waiver and pay a fine of $250 in lieu of satisfying the spay and neuter requirements. Paragraph 2, second offense. Any fertile cat or dog impounded by the Department of Animal Services for a second violation in accordance with subsection E will have its intact waiver revoked, shall be spayed and neutered prior to the animal's release, and shall pay a fine of $300. Paragraph 3, any fines collected for a violation of this section shall be used to pay the expenses of the spay and neuter voucher program.
Okay, all right, thank you for letting me speak. My first inclination with this is I'm totally against it because it's an overreach. You're telling taxpayers of this parish that they have to come to somebody and ask them for permission to deal with their property in a certain way. They can go, you have a dog, why do I have to go to somebody and ask them if it's okay if I keep it intact? I shouldn't have to ask that. That's not the right way to do it. And right now, there's a tax that's already on that. People already pay a tax when they get the rabies tag. They pay $20 if the animal is still intact. So where's that money going? So you're asking people, you're telling people that they're going to have to come and ask for permission to have an animal and keep it intact. I understand I watched Mr. Bremer's presentation to your on the other night on the 30th, and he talked about that there was some mandate to them to him to turn it into a no-kill shelter. Sometimes euthanasia is a better choice than having dogs come in over and over and over again. Just like he talks about in there about where you have these puppies that are in the kennels for too long and they can't be put out. They can't be adopted anymore. So you have to look at that. Understand you want to be compassionate, but sometimes you just have to make the hard decision. The last thing you want to do is you do not want to turn honest pet owners, responsible pet owners, into criminals because all of a sudden they want to keep their animal intact. Because what's going to happen is they're going to go underground. They're not going to take them. They're not going to get their shots. They're not going to do the things that responsible pet owners normally do with their animals, because the vet's going to tell them, well, hey, you're not spay or neutered, so I got to report you, because that's going to come. It's going to come, because he already said in his original thing, this is just the start. This is a good starting point, was his words. So his starting point, what's going to be next? So you have to look at this kind of stuff. This is not the right way to do this. You go after the irresponsible pet owners. You don't go after the responsible pet owners. You don't make them ask for permission. That's not the right way we do things in this country. One of the things that somebody's got to look at is if we're already paying $20 for an intact animal every time we get a rabies vaccination, where's that money going? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Edward Mills. Good evening, sir. You have 3 minutes.
I'll take 10. No, 3 is more than enough. Edward Mills, Covington, retired aerospace engineer, 75 years old, show dogs, AKC. First of all, I bring dogs in from Illinois occasionally. I may have 4 dogs down here that are AKC registered for a show in New Orleans or Lafayette or wherever. I think there should be an exception to this requirement for AKC registered show dogs or cats or similar performance animals, hunting dogs coming through. I own a dog that's currently in Illinois. If I bring her down here, all of a sudden I got to go get a permit or an intact waiver. I think it's a burden on the person that owns a dog, the responsible person. As pointed out before, you're already paying additionally for registering the dog down here if it lives here for an intact dog. With respect to if you find a dog, impound it. If it's found by the parish, okay, you need to, as a minimum, check for ownership, check for chips. I'm assuming that will be done, although it's not mentioned in here. And as someone else pointed out, try to find the breeder. A responsible breeder will take a dog back. I'm not a breeder, but I know one that is, and that's her policy. It's common for show dogs, for AKC, UKC, all the expensive dogs. The last point I would make is I'm not sure whether this is intended as a revenue source or for the benefit of the animals. I thought initially, as it was written, until I saw this revision, I had a number of real objections. I have less now. It's better written now. But if it's intended as a revenue source, it should be presented as such and not as a humane animal rule ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Catherine, is it Wilbert?
Thank you. I actually am the director of Big Sky Cares, one of the
veterinary clinics that Rob mentioned. We're actually a 501c3 nonprofit. We're an animal welfare organization that has recently opened, well, I guess 6 or 7 years ago, opened an affordable care clinic to provide low-cost, no-cost spay, neuter, and access to affordable veterinary care, not only for our community, but we have now become basically the charity hospital, the provider of that for the state. And while I believe this is a very well-intentioned ordinance, I do believe it is clearly a very divisive one, and I don't believe it addresses the true issue that we have. We don't have to sit here amongst ourselves and just argue these things. There is a ton of research from thousands of communities who have tried to achieve no-kill status and have tried to put mandatory spay-neuter ordinances in place and have failed miserably. We have seen multiple times where, Las Vegas thought it was a great idea, and within 2 years, they were impounding more animals and their euthanasia rates were up 33%. So I believe it does, while presented from the breeder side, we've heard a lot of things about people will go underground, and they will. But let's take the legitimate breeders out of the equation. The people I work with are in the rural part of the parish, from the side of the parish where there's no money, from the whole parish and the surrounding parishes where they have no money. And what they are is absolute proof to the statistics that we see from across the nation that the #1 reason pets are not spayed and neutered is because people cannot afford it. People want to fix their animals. And the argument we're having, the against side here, which again, divisiveness, is talking about, I don't want to fix my AKC animals, and I get that. And we could take the program we have and do a better job with it. Instead of throwing in this new ordinance that says it provides for a voucher program, we have a voucher program. I worked years ago under a different whole group with Pat Brister to start a voucher program. But we have not for 1 year fully funded it. It's in place, it is not funded. And if it is not funded, and we have never been able to fund it for an entire year, then how in the world do we have any reference point to what it would look like in this parish if we provided access to care? The people can't afford it. Most people don't know it's in existence. And think about that. We run out of money halfway through the year, and half the people don't know they have the access to it. So my suggestion is, instead of trying to find different things that may work, let's look at what we have had that has worked, look at that voucher program, and let's work on language that helps people get their pets fixed and evaluate it there and build the foundation to this type of ordinance and provide for license tag fees that will create that licensing for intact animals. I think we could do a lot better making this ordinance grow out of what we have in place.
You're out of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ron Oliver.
So I haven't had a chance to look at it after they changed with the waiver, so my whole speech is kind of up in the air right now. I don't like the language. I don't like the mandatory. I make my living for my family in this parish through training animals. I train a lot of police dogs, personal protection, regular obedience. My job is to keep the dogs from getting to the pound, make them happy in their home, and also deal with higher end dogs that are ex-dogs from Holland. They're not AKC, they're not CK, all the different, brain farm, but all the different kennel clubs. I don't really care for those. I like they're a mutt in most people's eyes, but Holland breeds them for drive and for work, and that is what I need to use to achieve the police dogs and the personal protection dogs, in my opinion, is what I like. Those dogs go for 20 to 40 grand, and that's revenue that I'm worried about losing, because now I got to deal with a waiver. I have to deal with, is the dog licensed properly? I can't sell these dogs neutered and altered, because as a working dog in training, I know everybody has strong opinions on it. They do not succeed very well when they're spayed and neutered at a juvenile age. I have so many different issues with them. I'm not trying to tell people to spay or don't spay. You know, I want what's best for them, but I want it to be our choice. And when you're dealing with $20,000 and $40,000 dogs, I've yet to have a vet tell me, spay and neuter them, it's not going to affect their drive whatsoever. Nobody will tell me that because I've seen it. It's joint problems, they swell up with weight, just different issues that come up with it. And I don't want to do that in the working line. With the waiver, I mean, the verbiage, I just have to read it again to kind of wrap my mind around it. But I don't like being told that we have to mandatory sterilize our dogs because we look at them like our loved ones. They're our family. We're not going to sit there and say we're responsible pet owners. You know, if that's my dog, that's like my kid. I've had dogs my whole life. I'm 38 years old. I haven't had a single litter on accident. I don't understand how that happens. I've had females, males. I will have them spayed and neutered if I have a behavioral problem. If their genetics are not where I want them, I know they're going to be a menace to society, I will get them spayed and neutered, absolutely. But mostly medical reasons. I don't see why we're forced to do this. It's just going to be another headache. It's going to be another overreach, I feel. It's just going to be something that responsible pet owners are going to be burdened with, while the people who are out there being bad owners are going to keep doing what they do. So enforce the leash law. Like many people have said, enforce the laws that we already have, and let's go after the bad pet owners in a right way without punishing everybody. Sorry I had a whole speech, but he debunked it with that waiver. So I just want to look at it again and kind of reassess, but I just found out about this yesterday. So I kind of got to wrap my head around it. But I think everybody wants the same thing, what's best for our animals. I feel like everybody in this room wants the best, just we have different opinions on how to get there.
Thank you, sir. Rebecca Baum. Well, we got a
Question, with that new waiver, does that mean that working animals have to, they're not exempt
Any
totally?
animal. Any
So that,
animal.
all that went away?
Yeah.
Okay, like the service dogs?
Yeah.
Any animal can be exempt.
Okay,
Service
just they have
dog.
to get the waiver?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, like the service dogs don't have, they would have
No
to pay the
charge.
money? Okay, they are no charge. So like the dogs he's training, if they're
all
for a
be- all be
policeman, they would be waived? Okay.
So that went away?
I don't know, that's what I'm asking them. I don't know what went away, ma'am.
The question is, did subsection D, this subsection not apply to any cat or dog which is registered to the American Kennel Club, United Kennel Club, American Dog Breeding Association, yada, 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 internationally recognized organization?
Okay, ma'am.
You can't even hear her. Is that the new one? Yes. So did we lose subsection D about our AKC dogs?
It looks like it, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Bowe?
So anyway, I do think it's a good start because animals, they need to be spayed and neutered for overpopulation, but there's also many medical reasons that they need to be spayed and neutered. I'm a veterinarian. If you don't spay your female dog, you're going to maybe potentially end up having to do a pyometra surgery, which is life-threatening and a lot more money. So spaying and neutering can prevent other things besides overpopulation. I do wonder how it'll be enforced, and y'all probably haven't got that far because
Only enforce if they get picked up.
that's the only way. So no one has to worry about that then either, okay? Because I think that was maybe a concern for people getting turned in. Because I'm going to tell you, if someone comes in, the dog's not spayed and neutered, I'm not the spay-neuter police as a veterinarian for whoever mentioned, you know, the vets are going to be responsible. We got a lot on our plate, just saying. So because of that, I hope that it does get approved. It's not going to solve all the problems because like many people pointed out, you know, you need to train your dog because a lot end up back at the shelter because they're not trained. You know, there's a lot more to this, but it's part of the puzzle, and I personally think it would be a good start.
Thank you. Bridget Bennett.
I'd like to ask everyone who is here to support this to stand up, please. I also want to say that I have a great suggestion for anyone who doesn't support it. Sign up for 24 hours as a volunteer in any shelter or rescue, and we'll change your mind. I'm here this evening as a 52-year-long resident of this parish, and I'm asking your sincere and solid support of the proposed spay and neuter ordinance, whether it needs to be revised or not. I'm an active and long-time volunteer in the pet rescue world who fosters, transports, rescues, adopts, educates, donates, and advocates year-round on behalf of homeless and neglected pets. Make no mistake, I am a very tiny part of this issue, but there are tens of thousands just in this state alone who volunteer 365 days a year year, including holidays, for this cause, chasing their own tails, trying to make a difference and save one more while spending their own funds, and live in a state of stress, discouragement, despair, and hopelessness daily. That's not even touching the shelter workers who do this and get paid for it and never, ever get ahead. For everyone that save, on every 10 who make it on a transport up north, there are 200 more calls coming in within 24 hours of cries for help from those volunteers I just mentioned. It's important to note we don't have a law that requires any of us to own a pet, but there are laws, even if they are seriously lacking in this state, that say if we own one and we choose to own one, then we have to provide minimal, basic, proper care to them. In the southern states, we have a generational mentality of it's just a dog or a cat. It has no meaning, no feelings, doesn't need love, doesn't need care. This mentality must be broken and changed, and we need serious education, consequences, and accountability for that. I recently visited a third world country in March and was astonished to find that dogs there aren't living much different than here in Louisiana, and in some cases, they live better. There are numerous health benefits for spaying or neutering your pet, including eliminating or reducing the risk of deadly or costly diseases. I'm dumbfounded to hear people against this proposal, especially with waivers being offered. As I have actively researched this and asked others if there would be anything negative to this being law, and I couldn't find any, but I saw a bunch online, on Facebook, on social media. Other than you are just, if you're not, other than being a responsible breeder, there's no reason to be against this. The only thing I can come up with is you're too lazy or you don't take your obligation of choosing to own a pet, which includes financial responsibilities, seriously, and probably shouldn't own one. Most unwanted litters are either discarded on a back road to become road splatter, starve to death, and die a torturous death, or they make it as a stray and go on to produce more litters to repeat the cycle. Many are given away at your nearby Walmart parking lot to just anyone who doesn't have the financial means to own them, or they will get tired of that cute little puppy in a matter of 2 months and either dump it in the shelter or chain it up in the backyard for 12 years. That happens every single day, and our state is flooded with that situation.
Miss, you're out of time. Thank you. Ellie Harper, or is there a Miss Harper?
Good afternoon to all of you. I'm being a wildlife rehabber. I've been in several board members, some in the foundation of Tammany Humane Society, not today North Shore Humane Society. Now I'm totally volunteer from Tammany Animal Services, and I'm in favor of a spay-neuter. Years of work since I was 6 years. I have 3 familiar that they are vets. And I learned through the years, the only solution is educate the public. There are always gonna be problems, laws or no laws. There are gonna be people that follow the laws and other people that follow the laws. Every 63 days, a cat or a dog can get in heat. So just imagine the amount of dogs and cats that community have. There's always going to be people that has money and people doesn't have money. I saw that Rob has the magic, that the staff has the magic. They accomplished fun houses in September when they were overcrowded. I pay with my own money the spay-neuter adoption fee. And guess what? The next week, they were almost full again. So education, spay-neuter. If you don't have the money for a spay-neuter, go to the shelter. If you don't want to spay-neuter, go and ask for help. Also, I want to say that you are the ones that have the solution to help Rob and the staff. They are doing a fantastic job. I have years of experience years of experience, not just in this country. In other countries, including Europe, other Americas, and I saw it, what is the problem. There's a book, Nathan Winohart, a lawyer from Harvard, that is my friend, that if you read what is the solutions for help the animals, and the animals live like in a good environment, read that book. I advise you. They're always gonna be breeders. They're gonna be genetically mixing dogs that I saw. They born with 3 legs. They born with 3 eyes.
Ms. Harper, you're out of time.
Okay, I just wanted to ask you, please support, and it's on you all to help animal services, and I will vote for you guys. I will continue helping them. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen Hooks. Kathleen Hooks.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kathleen Hooks. I am a volunteer at St. Tammany Parish Department of Animal Services for the past couple of years. I have been a volunteer at other shelters, actually even in San Francisco. And I'm sure a lot of you are aware of the May Day status that just occurred recently. It was horrendous, horrendous to see. These innocent animals, they come in here through the shelter, puppies thrown on the street. It is outrageous that this is okay. Spay and neuter your pet should be a law. If you want to breed, get your voucher. But this is outrageous. I don't know how many people in here have been to that shelter and seen some of these animals. I get emotional. They're family to me. They have feelings like each of us. They're not just garbage. They're not. They have feelings like you and you and you, like all of us. And we should do better, because other states do better. They do better. They spay and neuter their pets. There is no excuse for somebody wanting just, oh, my dog, it might get sick, it could do this. There's no excuse unless you're breeding. I am so upset about this because I see at the shelter on a regular basis these beautiful animals. People just throw them on the side of the road. They don't love them anymore. I'm having a kid. For every excuse, don't get an animal. Don't get them. I don't have kids. You know what? I have 4-legged kids, and I am so proud of that. There is no excuse to not have spay and neuter laws in Louisiana, because you know what? I was really ashamed. Ashamed when I moved to St. Tammany Parish, thinking how wonderful it's going to be. St. Tammany Parish can't be nothing like some other parishes. Well, guess what, St. Tammany? You are. We have to do something. It's heartbreaking. Has any of the council members, and you raise your hand if you went to the May Day status at the shelter, did any of you go there? Did anybody go and see the dogs lined in crates, 3 and 4 to a kennel? None of you went? You kidding me? Nobody went? We were begging for people to foster and adopt. None of you went? Nobody. I volunteered there. I was going to retire, I thought, but I'm there so much because I care. I care for every animal in that shelter, and every one of you should care. And every one of you should care. This is outrageous, and we all should be ashamed. Look, you want to breed? Breed. Get a license. But don't throw dogs on the side of the road. Drop them off so they can get hit by a car and have to lose a leg. I will be there for you the day I take my last breath.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time's up. Greg Parchman. Forgive me if I mispronounced that. Greg. Is there a Greg Parchman or Parchman? No? Okay. Gina Barre or Barr? Susan Reyes.
Good evening. My name is Susan Reyes. I'm a volunteer board president for Big Sky Cares Clinic. I work with Dr. Catherine Wilbert and her amazing staff. And I'm here to support spay and neuter. This particular ordinance is a little bit troublesome because of the word mandate. I think a lot of the people, including Dr. Catherine, mentioned it is divisive when you mention mandate. Right now, your spay and neuter program has been somewhat successful. I'm not criticizing anyone when I say somewhat, but I think there's a lot more we can do. I call it the 4 C's, and I talk about this because it's easy to remember. We need better collaboration. We need better community engagement. I think a lot of the volunteers that have spoken, they feel like they're the only ones saving these animals. We need more voucher money. We at Big Sky Cares take your voucher money for St. Tammany, and I applaud you for being forward-thinking more than other parishes that we see. I travel the state of Louisiana, Mississippi for my job and the company I own. And yes, we can do better in this parish and other parishes. I would welcome you to have more vets to do more of the actual spay and neuter, number 1. Plan ahead, because we shouldn't criminalize poverty. We have a saying at Big Sky Cares, and we say we want to change the way people think and feel about their pets. Not just the wealthy, not just the middle class, but any class that would like to have a pet. And what we have done here is not make this comprehensive enough for everyone to get spay and neuter access. When we call and we try to get spay and neuter funds and we're fighting for funds, we're just talking about spay and neuter. At Big Sky Cares, even though we're not an emergency clinic, we see the worst of the worst. We do work with your animal shelters. We work with anyone with open arms. We work with about 30 parishes, including Mississippi. We have partners around the states that take animals from this parish because we don't do a good enough job of educating and providing this service to our people and our constituents. And yes, I welcome all of you to come and spend a day at Big Sky Cares Clinic so you can see the impact we have on the community. We've been told to get animals from different societies and different shelters, and we've been there for that. So yes, as the ordinance is presented today, I think we can refine it more. We can work on what we already have in place and make it better. I also think that we need to have that community communication and outreach. I think Dr. Catherine alluded to that we need to do a much better job, be more robust, find some funds, and yes, save those animals from the streets. Do you know how many cats we get thrown from the Causeway Bridge? Kittens and litters. We've had trappers injured trying to rescue cats on that bridge. It's a shame. And I implore each and every one of you to consider this ordinance in favor of it, but not as it's written today. Thank you.
David Casson, I hope I pronounced that correctly. Welcome, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is David Casson. I am the president and executive director of the St. Tammany Animal Resource Team, also known as START. We are a foster network that extends all throughout the parish. We have members in Slidell, Lacombe, Folsom, Mandeville. We are literally across the entire parish. You may know us because we manage the adoption room at the PetSmart in Covington. So that's how most people know us in the community. So I came here. I am in favor of this ordinance. We have a severe problem with, it's not overpopulation in this parish. It is just a severe lack of education. I can't even begin to tell you, like, they're struggling with at Animal Services, and we take their overflow, and we are struggling to keep up with everything right now. Just every year it gets harder and harder and harder, and we have to tell people no and no and no. And it is just getting increasingly frustrated. Now, I completely agree with Ms. Catherine. We have a fun problem in this parish. We frequently go and knock on people's doors when we see litters running around, and we say, hey, do you need help with this? And I think in the last 7 years, I've been told no once. It is not that people don't want to spay and neuter their pets. It's that they don't have the funds to spay and neuter their pets. And they welcome the help for the most part, in my experience, with open arms. I am completely in favor of this ordinance. There is work that needs to be done in this parish and then some, because I, like some others, have worked in animal rescue outside of here. I've only been here 10 years. I have done it in other states, and culturally, it is completely different here than it is in other places. We do have some work to do. I do think that the language as it was rewritten and we found out today is a little too punitive. I think $150, $250, $300 against people that are already struggling to find the funds to do this it's overreaching. It's definitely overreaching. There are other ways to do it. There are compromises, other places that they've enacted these laws. When people take their animals from vets, they put down a sterilization deposit, which is essentially the fee that they agree to bring their animal back and get sterilized, and that's the dollar amount. There are compromises in this. I would like to see language written in more so where we have a grace period, like the first time you're caught, hey, 30 days to go get your animal, spay or neutered. After that, there's some punitive fees, but I agree. I am completely in favor of this. I definitely think there is a lot more work to be done on this language, and there is a lot more work that needs to be done in this parish towards this problem. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We're going to take a brief break and listen to legal.
I just wanted to clarify, and I know that you all don't have the benefit of having the substitute ordinance in front of you, but the fine would only come into play, sorry.
You're out of time.
The fine would only come into play in lieu of spay and neuter.
All right, last card is for Amanda Price. Do we have an Amanda? Oh, come on down.
Hello, my name is Amanda Price of Madisonville. I work at Big Sky Cares with Dr. Catherine, and I think we can all agree that we need spay-neuter. Spay-neuter is the cornerstone of preventing overpopulation across the country. Spay-neuter is what we do every single week, all year long, all the time. We do mobile clinics, we do it in the clinic, we do it everywhere. However, this is not the way we should go about this, and also I don't think our parish is ready for this. This is not about breeders, this is not about compliance. The majority of people want to fix their pets. The problem is funding. They don't have money, they don't have access. They don't have access to veterinary clinics. The clinics that do participate in the program are very few in the voucher program, and they only get $45 per animal for a cat. That's not going to cover the cost of a spay, especially not if the female is pregnant or it's in heat. Nobody wants to participate. Vet clinics are not going to lose money on every single animal they fix. Second, people can't always travel across the parish, especially in the traffic, to get to the clinics. There's only clinics in Slidell. I'm on the complete opposite side of the parish. I've trapped over 100 feral cats. It is a lot of time and a lot of effort to go across the entire parish to bring your cat to the clinic and then have to go back the evening and pick it up. I think we need to do a better job of just educating and providing resources. Making a mandatory spay-neuter is just not what we need to do. We need to focus on the program that we have and make it better. Make sure the voucher program doesn't run out of money halfway through the year. Make it easier to get vouchers. You can go on the website and request a voucher, but half the time they don't even answer. I've requested vouchers many times. I don't even get an answer. If they mail it to me, by the time I get it, they're already expired. So it is just a pain to get vouchers. So I think overall this is a great idea, and I think spay-neuter is super, super, super important as a future veterinarian. However, this is not the way to go about it, and we are not ready for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I would like to know one thing.
Can you wait till you start talking when you get up?
Sure, that's the whole idea. Mr. Kugel, Burton, Jerry Bender, all y'all. I've been a citizen of Slidell, Louisiana, 68 years. I walked into this train wreck, and it's heavy on my heart that I need to speak about this, even though I didn't know this was even going to happen tonight. But I just want to give you a little input. I'm proud of St. Tammany Parish, but I can tell y'all right now, and I'm not pointing the blame at anybody here, when I have older people Yes, older people that can't afford to get their pets neutered. You know what I'm saying? I gotta help them go to, and I'm not gonna say Podunk, Picayune, Mississippi, but I take them up there to Mississippi and get it done for free, because the elderly people cannot afford it. Now, the way, I didn't read any of this, I'm just going on heartfelt emotion here. All of us, a bunch of us, have got pets that hell are just like our kids. I got one. But the thing is to impose and punish people for wanting to own a pet and them not being able to, at this point in time, in this economy, can't take care of it. We need to have a happy medium. We're not a dictatorship. This is what, in essence, this is what we get. We just got what we needed the other night. We're not communists. We're not going to be dictated. We're not going to be told what we have to do. All I'm saying is, though, we need to help the people that need the help. Not put a burden on them, not tag them up and might as well lock them up in the cage with the dog. So all I'm saying is be compassionate about it, reword it. What I'm gonna read tomorrow about it. There is simple solutions when you have to sneak pets out of this state to go to that state and get it free. Y'all understand what I'm saying? And none of us here need to be punished because we got pets. Mine could slip out tomorrow. Could get run over. But I will tell you this. As a responsible pet owner, when I got my baby, she was fixed. For that very reason. And it saddens me that we got this situation going on now. But there's a better fix than trying to, if I can't get the neuter job, I can't afford to pay the fine. So we're butting heads with each other. All I'm saying is, think about it. There's got to be a safer and a simpler solution.
Thank you. And sir, if you would, just fill out a card before you leave. Thank you, sir.
Where's it at?
We'll give you one right now. All righty, we're going to close it. Now, that's the end of the cards. We're going to close it to the public, bring it back to the council. Mr. Kugel, and then Councilwoman Casabon.
I first want to thank everyone that spoke, because regardless of the people, somebody's waving, I don't know. Okay.
What's your name, ma'am?
Autumn Swanton.
Oh, you're right.
Okay, I'll defer.
Come on down, miss, and have 3 minutes. You'll be our last one.
I'm very passionate about this topic. I just found out about this like a day ago, though, so unfortunately I couldn't be as prepared as I would have liked to have been. But I've just been taking notes while I've been here. So I've worked in animal rescue my whole entire life. It runs in my family. My mom, my grandma, we've all done it. I've seen the most horrible, horrendous, unspeakable things happen to animals. And it all stems from the overbreeding problem. That's where it all starts. And I really think everybody needs to understand that, because there's some people fighting against having an ordinance for this, the spaying and neutering, and I don't see any reason for that whatsoever, like most of the people here that have spoken about this. So I feel like someone else had already said, if you're against the ordinance in general, you absolutely need to go spend at least a day at a rescue organization. More than that, really, though, but at least a day. Everyone in this room, please, if you have not spent a day at some place that rescues animals, please just go do it so you can just get the smallest idea of what goes on with these animals. Like someone else said, that feel, have personalities. They go through everything that we go through. They have emotions, and just because you don't see it doesn't mean that they don't. I believe that animals should not be seen as property because they're individuals, they're souls, and they should not be seen like they're nothing, like someone else had already said. I feel like a lot of people view it that way, that they're property. We can breed them, we can hit them, we can do whatever we want to them, and it shouldn't be that way. I'm absolutely appalled that something hasn't been done sooner to change this. Sorry, this wasn't the plan. So I say it's because of the breeding problem, because you're bringing animals into this world when there's thousands of animals being put to death every year. Sweet, adoptable, adorable animals killed because people keep bringing more into the world when there's not enough homes for them all. There is not enough homes, okay?
We're out of time, miss. Thank you.
And I had a lot more to say, but...
Thank you, Miss Autumn. All right. Mr. Kugel, thank you. I'm going to return it back to you, sir.
I first want to just mention, clearly there's two sides at least to this issue, but one thing I think that unites us is there's a lot of people here that care about animals and dogs, and the sacrifices you guys have made, you should be commended for that. Overwhelmingly, it's going to be stuff things you volunteer to do with your own time that you were not compensated for, and that you did because you love animals. And I just want to thank you guys for that. Yeah, if we could, just thank you guys for that. I want to read a short list real quick, and just to kind of explain my position, and I'll explain why in a second. The American Veterinary Medical Association, the American College of Theriogenologists, which I'm sure I pronounced wrong, Humane Society of the United States, the ASPCA, the Best Friends Animal Society, the No Kill Advocacy Center, National Animal Interest Alliance, and American Kennel Club. And the thing that all of these organizations have in common is they oppose mandatory spay-neuter. And the reason why is because they say they don't believe it works. And we clearly have an overpopulation problem. But if all these organizations, and going back to Big Sky, if they're saying that this is not the solution, why don't we instead fix the voucher program? I mean, that's... And Rob, I want to thank you for your hard work with animal services, but if these are one of the folks, groups that use the voucher program, if they're saying it's not working out for them, I think we need to fix this, and maybe we need to fund it more, because one of the concerns I have is how much money is all this going to cost, and shouldn't we instead be spending the money for enforcement of this and just to fund vouchers? And I go to the gentleman that spoke near the end. I do not want to criminalize elderly people and put a burden on these people that just want to have an animal. And I'm really concerned about that, and I know that some people are going to disagree with me about this. We have the same solution I think we want to get to, is to make the shelters, relieve them, and to stop this abuse of animals that happens, that everyone knows is happening, that everyone seems to agree is happening. But when all these organizations are telling me that this does not work, and in fact, in many situations, makes the problem worse, I just ask you, what are we supposed to think of that? That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cool, and thank you for allowing the public to have more time. Councilwoman Casabon?
Yes. I am totally for this ordinance. But listening to both sides, the passion, what y'all have to go through, I had not even thought about the working police dogs training and things like that. I do know things are different once they are spayed or neutered. Very familiar with Big Sky and the work that they've done. They're in my area, and yes, I have been there, and I am looking at people that are so dedicated on both sides and everything, but especially at Big Sky. And my feeling is the education, as they said, I trust them as doctors, working, I don't know, how many years have y'all been at this? At least 30 something, huh? Probably 50. And then, but what I'm trying to say is we need an education program, like you said, with the voucher. I want to learn from everybody. I want to know from the breeders, and we've heard from the animal shelters, but I'm really not sure how we would pay for it or what we do. And I just would feel more comfortable to table this, that maybe we could have a committee meeting or form a committee of different people that's in this room that know more than I do about the breeder program, the voucher program, and let's see if we can come up with a working solution that would make everybody happy. Because I don't want to be arbitrary and capricious with this is mandatory. I don't like that. I've got animals too. But we've got to do something. And I feel like I don't want it to be that we're so far apart and at each other. I want us working together to come up with that solution of education. Where can we do we need fundraisers? Where can we get the money for the vouchers? I'm not even sure exactly where all the money comes from with the vouchers and this sort of thing. It's just, I don't know enough to be able to make a decision, to make my vote tonight to move forward. But we have to do something, in order to, with this ordinance. But it's kind of like, I feel like we're penalizing those people that are following the rules and are good and responsible pet owners versus those, that do these things like throwing cats over the causeway and stuff. I mean, those people are insane. But I feel like we're not at a point, or I'm not at a point that I could vote for this right now. So I would like to see some kind of committee thing.
Thank you. Councilwoman Side.
I have a question for Rob, if he could.
Rob?
I just have a quick question for you. Did you model this after another program that was successful? Do you have any statistics that you can provide?
Kathy, can you put your mic?
Oh,
No.
No, did you model this after a program that's in another area in our state or in another state? How did you get to this?
So it's a hodgepodge together of several different ones. And it's also what you're looking at in front of you right now is a back and forth and concessions from it. May I speak freely really quick?
Sure. Yeah.
I know everyone here has different opinions on this. I'm a little frustrated to hear some of the things that I've heard tonight, but they are warranted. It speaks to the greater funding issue of the shelter. If we want to do stuff like this, we need more funding. I hear Big Sky talking about our voucher program being insufficient. They're absolutely right. I cannot take away from the operations of the shelter and the payroll of the shelter and the food and the medical care of the shelter to do this. That is something that we all need to consider as a parish in the future going forward, whether or not this goes through. This is a problem. The reason that I proposed this in the first place is because there's nothing else going on. I have lived in this parish almost my entire life. I was born in New York, and then my dad, being from New Orleans, ferried me back down here when I was 3. Okay? I consider myself a son of St. Tammany. I've served my country proudly, and I have been in this shelter system. I started as an animal control officer. I worked through all of this. I have seen firsthand what all of these people here are talking about tonight. I did it, okay? There is no one in here that knows that more personally than I do. Animal shelters are underfunded. Everybody knows that. That's why most of them, luckily ours isn't, but most of them are built next to sewage water treatment plants because they are really kind of a second thought, right? We're fortunate in our parish here to have the shelter where it is. I know sometimes I complain because it's out in the woods and we have nobody visiting us, but we're okay. What I'm getting at, and what I want to talk about real quick, and thank you, Councilwoman Sieben, for allowing me to speak. We have to do something. So, if anything, this conversation, I'm very glad it's happening. And I know, look, I'm no friend of communists, sir. Okay, I just want to let you know that. But here, no, I'm just letting you know.
Come on, Rob.
That's not what I'm trying to say. What I am trying to do is address a problem that I see fundamentally firsthand almost every day of my life, even when I'm not working, because I am the person that everybody calls about animal problems, okay? Just like Dr. Catherine, just like all of the rescue people here tonight, we're people that are called in the middle of the night when somebody encounters an animal. All of this does stem from overpopulation, breeding, accidental breeding. We are not trying to penalize reputable breeders. We are not trying to infringe upon people who may want to breed their hunting dogs, all of that stuff. That's why we instituted the waiver section there. We got rid of all the exceptions. But that's what that's there for. So I do agree on both sides. I think having even say mandatory, but maybe mandatory was what was needed to start opening this conversation up. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
One more second. I would be in favor of a committee, though. I think this is a huge problem, and I'm in favor of the ordinance, like you said, but maybe we can look at other programs that are working, and we can get more information if people want to be on this committee. I think we can do that fairly quickly, but it's something we need to address. Like I said, it's a huge problem.
Absolutely.
So may we table? Okay.
Yeah, so just for clarity's sake, this is just for introduction tonight. We're not voting. Councilwoman O'Brien?
If it's okay, I'd like to pull up and ask Dr. Catherine some questions.
Please.
Catherine, since you work at Big Sky and you talked about you work with 30 of the parishes, I'm going to focus it down to St. Tammany.
Sure.
Can you tell us the numbers that you're dealing with, and where do you get your funding? And what happens if an organization like yours is not here? What would happen to St. Tammany?
Well, in 2023, approximately 10,000 animals came through our doors. And of those, probably 50% were from St. Tammany. That's our greatest numbers. I would say St. Tammany and our two neighboring parishes, Washington and Tangipahoa. And St. Tammany's much more progressive and on the ball and does a whole lot more than those parishes, for sure. And the voucher program actually gives us a lot of, like I always tell Rob, I'm running out of bargaining chips. It helps us because it is a platform for the education we need. So when people come to us, and this gentleman really is very representative of the people who come to us. It is older people, it is people without resources. And whether we know it or not or understand it, the breeders who've made their conversation here, they're almost a separate piece. That's not this conversation really, because I believe the majority of our problem comes from the people who don't have the resource. The people who come through our door are the people who didn't necessarily even choose to get an animal. The cat wandered up, or someone dumped the dog at their trailer. I get people constantly, someone left a pregnant dog on my road. I know we talked about hunting dogs, but we get lots of pregnant hunting dogs. They get turned loose. So the biggest problem is we have to help people have access to the spay-neuter they need, and then we wouldn't have the overpopulation problem. But what we have to do is make it, first of all, we have to let people know that the resource is there. Most people, when they're trying to surrender animals to me, they're bringing them to me because they don't even have the vehicle to drive them to our parish shelter. They don't have that. They have a car that's been put together out of 7 other cars and barely has tires. They can't drive to me and then another 45 minutes to Lacombe. And they want to leave the animals with me because they're afraid they're going to die if they go to the shelter. And we can tell them all day long that this is a no-kill shelter, whatever, but they know that all they want is help. And generally, if we say we can provide the medical care, what if we help you spay them? Could you keep them? Sure, we do that. But they're not choosing to have these animals. Most of them are drop-offs, dumps. They're being the good Samaritan willing to take on the animal. And I'm going to tell you, the people we help, in 2023 again, over 2,200 animals were direct deferments to the shelter by us providing either spay, neuter, or medical care, whether it was free vaccinations, whether it was helping with an upper respiratory infection, whether it was teaching someone how to bottle feed a puppy or a kitten, or offering free spay, neuter. And when voucher money runs out in July or August or September, all we have is what we can fund. And we are a nonprofit that gets no funding unless you guys decide to write us a check. And I don't know if anyone here has ever written us a check. And I don't mean that ugly. Probably, you guys probably don't know what we do. And I will say, to the point of some of the other, except for you, but to the point of some other people, I think that this is such a foreign concept if you're not immersed in it. And unless you're sitting in our lobby watching the people come in begging for help, I mean, just access to veterinary care is out of reach for most people. I would tell you, almost anyone in this room, if your dog accidentally runs out of the yard and gets hit by a car, you're looking at a $3,000 or $4,000 or $5,000 vet bill, if not more. We just catheterized a cat that was quoted $15,000 from LSU. People cannot afford that. So the majority of the challenge is funding spay neuter and helping people like this gentleman get the vouchers. Jefferson Parish sends me a big pile of vouchers with my name on it. And when somebody brings me their animals from there, I have their paperwork, at their driver's license, I fill it out, I send in my reimbursement form, they reimburse the spay neuter. If the animal is pregnant, there's a little bit of extra money to help with the extra cost. They make it easy. But I have older people, and they're like, I can't fill that thing out on the internet. I don't know what the internet, and they leave, and they don't get help. Or I send them. They've got to go to Lacombe to get the voucher, but they can't because they can't drive there, and they can't see after dark, and they're poor, so they work 2 jobs, so they don't have time to go during the week.
Doc, hold on one second. Maureen, do you have a question for?
Well, I asked it earlier, but she's going into detail.
Well, I answered 3 questions.
Right.
But the point is, and if we can't continue to do what we do, to wrap it up, at least 3,000 or 4,000 more animals a year will end up in the shelter. At least all of our intake from St. Tammany would.
And I know we tried to have a conversation, and we didn't have much time, but Dr. Catherine did offer to have us go visit Big Sky so she could talk to us about this.
I would love for you guys to see what we do. But I tell you what, sit in the lobby. Sit in the lobby for 2 or 3 hours, and you will have no question how many people need your help.
Okay.
All right. Councilman Corbin.
Thank you, Chairman Laughlin. I think there's several points I'd like to make. One of them has been made several times. I'm going to make it again. This is an ordinance for introduction. It's not an ordinance we're going to vote on tonight. Why do we put an ordinance for introduction? Is in order to create the dialogue that's thankfully occurring now to go put together the correct ordinance that we need in St. Tammany Parish. This ordinance, as you all know, has been in revision almost continuously every few days since it was first put on the agenda. That's why many of you did not have the most recent version of what we were working on until tonight, because it's in process. But I think it's, again, important to remember, it's just for introduction. We got to go figure out what's the right approach for St. Tammany Parish. Is what's going to involve? It's going to involve input from a variety of people. Some kind of group, some kind of get together, revise this ordinance, but at least we have a framework to start with. To Rob's point, absent doing what we did tonight, we would have nothing. So at least we're making progress. We've teed up an issue, and it's an issue that needs to be addressed, and we need to find the appropriate way to address that issue. The gentleman in the back, in the green, can I bother you for a moment? Yeah, you. Yeah. Based on what you said earlier, I would have you ever had a pet picked up by animal control?
I have not. Well, maybe when I was 12.
No.
Going way back as an adult, no.
Since you've been doing your business and since you're a responsible owner, have you ever had any of your animals picked up?
Never.
My point is, responsible owners don't have a whole lot to worry about, even the ordinance that we have written. I think that's a subtlety. Thank you very much. That's a subtle. I didn't, and I expected that answer from you, by the way. It's not a subtlety. You got to get in. The dog's got to get into the system before it gets picked up. This is not neighbors turning neighbors in. A dog gets in the system, and you should figure out how you're going to go address it going forward. Is there a free opportunity? If you want to keep your animal intact, the free opportunity exists. I'm sorry. We have to get licenses. We have to get a rabies tax. I've owned animals my whole life. I've never owned an animal that is not spayed or neutered, ever. The ordinance, I'm not taking questions. The ordinance as written only impacts pets that are in the system. So the pet's got to get in the system some way. How does a pet get in the system? Out without a leash, running around a neighborhood, being aggressive. There's a wide variety of ways that it can get in there, but responsible pet owners don't really have to worry about that too often. Sir, I appreciate your point about older folks may not want to mess with that. If their animal's not out running around and they're responsible pet owners, it's not an issue.
Y'all, sir, please.
So changes are still being made. Do I think we have the perfect ordinance here? I would say we probably don't. Do I think we have a starting point? I'd say we do. You know, just in the course of today, like Councilman Kugel, I did my research several days ago, provided feedback as part of the evolution of this ordinance, provided comments. They've been continuously incorporated, continually revised. We've taken stuff out. We've added things in. I actually talked to the American Kennel, whatever the C stands for, today. Their government affairs called me to talk about what we're planning on doing. Do I understand? Is there a potential for unintended consequences? Sure I do. I understand. We got to go look and see what fits in St. Tammany Parish. Again, is it perfect? Probably not. What's worse? Doing absolutely nothing. So where we are today, we've teed up an ordinance for introduction. I think it's important for us as a council to take all the input that's been provided to us, find the right group of people to sit down, have a conversation, talk about what changes should be incorporated into our ordinance, if there's more changes that are needed, and bring it back. And if we have a conversation in a month when we want to bring it forward again and it's still not there, then we'll have to postpone it and we'll do it again. But we need to do something. And right now, we have nothing. And so it's time for us to figure out what the right thing is to do for St. Tammany. One of the speakers asked, were you out at the kennel on May Day? No, I wasn't. I know what the kennel looked like on May Day. I don't need to go out to the kennel to figure out what it looked like. But I'm a responsible pet owner. My pets are spayed or neutered, have always been. A pet has a cost of ownership. We're only talking about one aspect of that cost of ownership, the spaying and neutering component. You've also got to provide them shots. You need to get a rabies shot, a variety of medical conditions they have to be cared for. Owning a pet is a decision that people cannot enter into lightly. Just to conclude, I'm all for having some more discussion and revising our ordinance to best meet the needs of the people in this room as well as our parish. Is it going to satisfy everybody? I can almost state with certainty not everybody's going to be satisfied. But I will tell you, from my opinion, doing nothing is not a viable option. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Phillips.
Well, to address the young lady that volunteers out at the clinic or the shelter, most of the council members here were at the shelter at the beginning of our term. We had a tour with Mr. Rob here, and just to let you know that. The issues of the older people cannot afford to have their pets taken care of or get the pet there to be taken care of. The AKC exemptions, was the voucher program never fully funded? Would this make a difference? Advertisement, education, the trainer who emphasized that the spay and neutering could affect the dogs being trained, that the dogs mature at different ages, and what happens if you spay or neuter them too soon, costs forced on the people, the delay of AKC rep, if we delayed it, an AKC representative may be able to come in here and speak to us, like, ma'am, you mentioned that. And there are some responsible pet owners that may be penalized because of this ordinance. No, I'm in favor of doing something. I don't think this thing's ready to go prime time yet. If we do introduce it tonight, it's possibly, like Mr. Corbin said, going to get delayed in December. Like this, I would not vote for it in December unless the things were worked out. But we do need to do something about the program that's going on right now in St. Tammany, or the problem that we have in St. Tammany. So that's where I sit right now. So if I do vote yes tonight, it's anticipating that in December.
There's no vote
it's
tonight.
It's going to be up for its introduction tonight. So December will be another meeting, and we will look at it again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Impastato.
Okay, I'll be brief because Mr. Corbin really captured most of my points. But I do want to say, owning a pet is a responsibility. And with that responsibility comes cost and burdens, and we have to take care of that. But I do think the biggest takeaway I got tonight, and what I want to communicate more with Catherine on and with the other veterinarian clinics that participate in the voucher program, is how we can better improve that. We talked about that from the beginning, that we really want to make sure we fund the voucher program. We want to improve it. We want to be ready for this. I think we cannot afford not to do something. We have to do something. And the last thing I will say is, we know how passionate everyone is with animals. We really appreciate it. Initially, we thought about postponing this ordinance because we knew it wasn't ready, but we said, let's open it up tonight, introduce it so we can get this dialogue, so we can evaluate it and see what changes and tweaks that we need to make to it. So thank you all for coming and for your input. And we will finalize a product that's something you're all going to be proud of. And like Jeff said, it's not going to be perfect for everyone, but it's going to be a gigantic step in the right direction. And thank you all very much.
Thank you. Mr. Kugel?
Just regarding the gentleman, when he was asked in the back about have you ever had a dog that was, my concern is an ordinance that allows a responsible owner like himself to have their dog impounded. And I'll give you a typical situation. One of the neighborhoods I live next to, I think it was their dog got out and got near my house, and I had to take her back. And they had a tag and everything. By the way that this ordinance, the amendment is written, as I understand, that dog could be entered into the system if that happens one time. And I'm just not prepared to say a dog that runs out the door automatically makes that person an irresponsible dog owner. I'm just not. I know during my campaign, I remember walking down one of the streets in Crossgates, and this lady was just complaining about people driving down this road because people are going too fast, and how many dogs that she's had killed over the years that she's lived there. I don't think that woman cared about her dogs. And she just happens to live by a road, and sometimes the door opens, you forget to close it, your dog gets out. I don't think that makes somebody an irresponsible dog owner. I don't. But if you look at the way that this is written, that would allow them to get in the system, and then you're in the system. So I do think this is clearly an issue that needs to be addressed. I did have one question for, real quick, ma'am, Miss Catherine, if I could ask you real quick, the vouchers. So what Director Rob had mentioned, I think last week, is like sometimes for big dogs, it can be like $500 normally for a private vet to spay.
That's absolutely correct.
How much does a voucher, it's obviously a fraction of that is what a voucher is going to pay. And my concern is you start mandating this, at some point, some of these places are just going to say, we can't afford to do this.
Well, I think that's already happening, that there's a lot of places that already, I don't know your numbers, Rob, but I don't think that there's a lot of vet clinics participating right now, and I think they are very limited in the slots they provide people. That being said, if we would have the opportunity to look at nationwide what is being done. The cost of veterinary care is very expensive, and it is increasing, as are many things. But there are opportunities for more affordable, accessible care. There are more, I guess, public or nonprofit hospitals and clinics that do provide lower cost care. For example, yes, it would be $500 at a typical vet clinic to spay an animal. If Rob gives me a voucher, then it helps me because he will pay, I guess it's like $100 towards that.
So it's worth about 100.
It's worth about
$100.
About $100.
Okay.
And then I can get a copay from the person bringing the animal in of $60.
Okay.
So let's say they give me 60, Rob gives me 100, so I have $160. Can I really, as a nonprofit, fix a dog for $160? It depends. It really depends on the size of the dog, the situation. If the dog is pregnant, no, I can't. I mean, there's 2 vets in this room that help us a lot and work with us, and they will tell you it truly depends on the animal. That's why we raise money to try to offset that. If I don't get a voucher, which is what I have to do for a good chunk of the year, then I have to bear that whole cost, which becomes very difficult. And that is the only way, if someone is going to turn an animal into the shelter, for me to keep it out of Rob's shelter and to keep it away from all the horrible things everyone's worried about. We have to offer spay-neuter and some of the bare bones things. And no, we don't give it away. We preach and teach. It is a responsibility to have an animal. Sometimes people end up with those animals and they're trying to do the right thing. And you know what? It's not just immediate poverty, it's situational poverty. We had COVID, we had people with economic times, housing issues. Sometimes we house domestic violence animals. I fix those animals for free to try to help people get back on their feet and get away from a bad situation. So I think that we're focusing too much on a very small piece of a giant problem that we don't know enough about to make a good decision. And the one thing I do know is that when Ms. Seiden asked about looking at other places and research, there are lots of wonderful examples of communities funded by voucher programs that have kept animals out of shelters. And I will tell you, I transport animals to Colorado once a month. And I will tell you right now, I was asked to help a shelter in Espanola, New Mexico. Poverty as it gets. Most of the animals there are reservation animals. And it's amazing because I walked into this very poor shelter, but all my signs going in, free spay neuter, ask about free spay neuter, ask about free spay neuter. And when you want to learn about a program, you don't ask the hot shots and the directors and everybody else. You ask the girl at the front desk. Has this helped you guys? Oh man, everybody walking here wanting to surrender something, we fix it. We don't have animals in our shelter. And you know what? They were telling the truth because my tour had 5 cats and 7 dogs. Now, put it in perspective. Smaller shelter than
Has she
Rob's.
answered the question,
and
sir?
I just had, my bottom, and I appreciate it, ma'am. My bottom line is I'm concerned about as a lot of people mentioned, the overreaching. I'm concerned about an ordinance that would have the ability to overreach, and I don't think we can expect people just to rely on an oral promise that will never overreach. We won't do it this way, but if the law allows it, it means it allows it. So if the law allows you, to overreach, the government to overreach. Look, I've been in the military 20 years. A distrust of government is healthy. I'm just going to say it. You should. That's American way, and this idea that we should just enact an ordinance and then have an oral promise that we'll never use it this way, ever. That's just not the way to do this.
Well, and I think that's...
Ma'am, this is
That's
not
all I had.
I apologize. Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Kugel, are you finished? Thank you very much. Mr. Corbin, then Mr. Bender. Thank you. Mr. Bender?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and
Thank
Mr.
you.
Corbin. I understand the point that my colleague is making, but let me give you an example. And my district is not rural, okay? This happened, I got the phone call. It was not in the parish, it's in the parish, but it was within the city limits, okay? So it was not our responsibility. The call didn't go to our animal services people. But very recently, and we're talking about trust here, my colleague says too many people don't trust government. Well, I had a lady walking her dog, walks the dog in the morning, walks the dog in the afternoon when they get home from work. I know the people, very responsible pet owner, love the pet, take the pet to the vet, do everything they're supposed to do. And they're not wealthy people. A dog is loose, comes charging the dog that is on the leash with the lady. And it's a decent sized dog. And the lady's now got a problem trying to hold the dog because the dog feels threatened. And the loose dog is coming at him. They get into it. And the dog on a leash is barely kept on a leash in the lady's hand. And fortunately, a man in the neighborhood sees it, takes it upon himself to go at the two dogs and grab the dog who's loose and get that dog off, okay? Now, someone's at fault here. I hear this thing of the dog got loose. Well, guess what we found out? This is the second time the dog got loose and was found walking around the neighborhood. I see that in my council district. So, you know, I'm in favor of the right fines, the right amount of money or choice. Certainly, I don't want to see anything overpriced. But I'm going to tell you what, I've had pets. My pets didn't get loose. Okay? It takes responsibility, and that responsibility lied on the person whose dog got loose. And it could have turned into a tragedy. We could have had a lady attacked. We could have had a dog killed by another dog who's a perfectly good dog. And the man who came out, he needs to be recognized for taking this on. So I'm for this. Something needs to be done, okay? And you know what? We can't fund everything. Therefore, there has to be a funding source. Now, let's make it a fair funding source. I'm sure Mr. Impostata wants that. My colleagues do as well. I'm willing to work with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Corbin?
Okay, there you go. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Laughlin. I just want to finish this up. I have an exact story like Jerry has. Lived in a nice neighborhood. We had one of our very dear friends walk on her dog. Not only did their dog get attacked by two dogs, she got attacked by two dogs. It took 4 or 5 people to pull the animals off of her dog and herself. Somebody was asking about what does that look like? They brought the dog to my house because I lived nearby. So we helped the person bandaged up herself and bandaged up her dog so she could take it to the clinic. I appreciate Councilman Kugel's comments. I'm not implying that everybody whose dog ever gets out of your house is being irresponsible. I am implying, and I'm not implying, I'm stating, your dog regularly gets out of your house, you're an irresponsible owner. So I would like to call the question on this conversation and make a motion to introduce.
Second. Mr. Burke?
If they call the question, we need to vote on the call. It's a 2/3 vote. So vote to end the debate.
I just want to make a comment.
Wait. Let me run the meeting, y'all. All right.
The question.
All right, procedurally wise, we've called the question.
So we vote to call the question to end the debate. It's a 2/3
Gotcha.
vote. So 9 votes.
All right, y'all. Vote to end debate. Yes or no?
2/3, yeah.
Thanks.
How many are present?
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Thank you. All right, now we're moving back to the agenda in its original form. Did we miss anything?
I don't think we.
There was a motion and a second to introduce. Mr. Posada, Mr. Corbin introduced. Oh, to vote on the substitution. No.
All right, Joe.
This is a vote on the substitution.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So this is now a motion to accept the substitution.
Voting on the
substitution. The amendment that we made. That was great. Let's take a 5-minute.
We're still waiting on everybody's vote. Has everybody voted?
The substitution.
Yeah.
Mr. Burke, what was your vote?
Yes. All right, 5-minute recess, y'all.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent. Lord, this is a cluster.
All right, let's get the meeting restarted.
She used to call and ask for us to reserve her handicap parking spot. Okay, I'll go stand in it for you.
Let's call the council back. Councilmen, please take your seats.
You mean around the troops?
I think, take your seat.
Sure to talk about this. Oh, she'll take my seat.
You have my seat. I'll go home.
Yeah, America might not be a dictatorship, but our clerk is.
We got to get this air conditioning turned.
It's freezing now, yeah. That's the AC, I think.
We can fund the voucher program for 6 months and save the AC bills.
No, I hear you.
1 minute y'all saying it's hot, and the next minute you saying it's cold.
Well, when it was full, it was hot.
Gina, you have any stroke in this place? Or? Can we please get that air conditioner turned?
Yes,
and then in
please.
5 minutes they're gonna say it's hot.
All right, everybody here? Do we have enough people? All right. All right, good evening. Thank y'all. Welcome back. We are now going to go through the consent calendar. This is page...
What about appointments?
Oh, wait, appointments? Oops, I apologize. We have the appointments. Resolution to appoint 4 members of the public to the Home Rule Charter Advisory Committee. This is page
That's the same.
3.
You don't have the same.
Oh, sorry. What page? Page 2 for the public.
Appointment.
Yep. So we're going to open it up to the public before we move to the nominees. Beverly Roser. Miss Beverly, you still here? And this is about the Home Rule Charter Committee. Good evening again.
Hey, I really don't want to go first, but I just want to say that there's some people that's been nominated that I have a fear of them being elected to the board because they're special interest. One of them is, I can say specifically because I had experience with this, not this person, but the person, their firm, which is Jeff Shane. He's with Jones Fussell. The person I had an issue with was Paul Marone. And it was at a Pearl River Council meeting. At that time, I was expressing something that I found through an open source project, okay? Through the internet, through open source, and it was for the recreational park that they were building. And it was a lawsuit from that the city had put on the developer who was trying to develop the same thing in Pearl River. I had all the sources, found them on the web. I was simply explaining, telling the group what was going on and what I had found. And Marone actually threatened me by saying, you better be very careful about what you're saying. Very careful. When I was saying that his client had gone through 2 lawsuits with the RV park, which was open source. Doesn't sit well with me. I have that on tape or video. And if anybody wants to see it, I'd be able to provide it. But I don't think a person, and I'm just basing my thought because of Jones Fussell, nobody else. They say they are the go-to people when you want to redistrict. That's in their website. I don't think anybody should be on this panel that feels, and a lawyer, that feels that they can threaten you and intimidate you by saying, be very careful about what you say. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
John Kosh.
Okay, good evening. My name is John Cook. I live in Pearl River. I'm here to voice my concern about a few of the nominees for the Home Rule Charter Advisory Committee. First, I have a basic understanding of the HRC Advisory Committee and what its role is for recommending changes to the council. I understand there have been recommendations in the past, reading history, reading articles and such that I found, that these committees had come up with recommendations for term limits for the council and resizing of the council. Through exhaustive research, I also found the committee recommends changes to taxes and planning and zoning, etc. Having served in many leadership positions throughout my military career and in civilian organizations, I know it's important to get sound and unbiased advice when making decisions. I also understand it is imperative to have a vision for the future that will allow for growth within the parish for the citizens and the businesses alike. Therefore, I look at the list of nominees with an eye on who is best suited to help move the parish forward, yet still keep our council responsive to its constituents, and who will look out for the best interests of all citizens and not just special interest groups and big money corporations. For the most part, the nominees identified are of varied backgrounds and bring expertise that may be beneficial to this committee. Some, in my opinion, have conflicts of interest when it comes to recommendations they could make to the council. It is truly hard to know for sure what qualifications any of the nominees bring to the committee, since no resumes, no presentations, no information is readily available to the average constituent like myself. I found most of my information from the internet, looking up to people, looking to see what they do. The nominees I have concern about and recommend be replaced by another person would be Jeff Shane, a member of Jones Fussell Law Firm, and according to their website, they are the go-to group to procure regulatory approval and entitlement from local government body, which would be you, in connection with proposed land use and development. This is like the fox in the hen house when it comes to planning and zoning. Another one is Keith Espadron, a manager of economic development at St. Tammany Corporation, charged with bringing business to St. Tammany. Selling the parish to businesses should be separate from the rules that govern business with the parish. Another two gentlemen, Ronald Thomas and Jeff Ferris, I just could not find any information on. While all these gentlemen may be upstanding members of the community, it is my belief they should not be making recommendations on the Home Rule Charter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, I'd like to invite any of the nominees if they would like to come and introduce themselves. It's not required, but it is available. If not, I'm going to close it to the public. Oh, do we have a list of the nominees?
Yeah, right.
Jeff, you can have 3 minutes, and then I'll read off the list of anybody else.
Thank you. Good evening, Jeff Shane, P.O. Box 1810 in Covington, with the Jones Fussell Law Firm. I did not expect to come to the podium this evening, and I was told before the meeting that perhaps my name would be controversial as it related to potential appointment to the committee. When Councilman Smith called me 2 months ago or 6 weeks ago and suggested that he might consider putting my name into nomination, first of all, was honored and told him I appreciate him calling. I also told him I did not wish to be a lightning rod in the appointment process nor on the committee. But contrary to my philosophy of never having really served on any committees of parish government when they were making new laws, you've never seen me as a writer of the code or someone that attempted to supplant the process, because I recognize that I play a role in the private sector in the process. And I felt like that it's always been my job to follow the rules, understand the rules, try to attain objectives for my clients, but not necessarily make the rules. When I heard some of the comments this evening, it really made me sick to my stomach, because I guess as a native, and probably, if not the oldest, one of the oldest people in the room that have been a part of this community, family that's been here since 1850, to suggest that my motivation of being on the committee might be ill-fated is something that I'm not going to allow to happen without me saying something to you. So my point is simply this. I offer my time, my service, my knowledge to try to make a contribution to a committee. If that is wanted by you as a council, I will be honored to serve. If you do not think that I'm the right person to be on the committee, I respect that, and I wish the committee well. And if I can help it in some capacity, honestly, I would do so. But don't think that I want to be on the committee for any of the reasons you may have heard before the meeting or from the podium this evening, because that's simply not the case. In closing, let me say, and it may sound arrogant, I was here long before most of you were here, and I hope to be here and my family long after most of you are long gone. And someone may say, well, who is that son of a gun to say that? I'm the son of a gun to say that, because my family has made a contribution to this community, and we want to continue to do that. And if this is a role that you think is good for me, I want to help. If not, don't taint your committee by putting someone controversial on it. That's not going to make sense. It's going to impede the ability of the committee to make good recommendations to you. Hopefully you take my words in the good spirit in which it's delivered.
Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, 1 second. We still have, yeah. So the nominees are, just so to remind everybody, Mayor Joe Lee, former Parish President Kevin Davis, Chris Jean, Jeff Shane, who just spoke, Donna McDonald, Arlana LeBlanc, General Carl Ernst, Mimi Goodyear-Dossett, Ronald Thomas, Jeff Farris, Dale Jenkins, and Keith Espadron. So if any of those people here would like to speak, the podium's yours. If not, it's not required. I just want to let you know that was. All right. Mr. Smith, then Mr. Casabon. I mean, say Ms. Kugel, and then, yeah, Mr. Smith, go ahead, and then Mr. Kugel, then Ms. Casabon.
Thank you, and if I could, I'd like Ms. Casabon, I believe I know what she's getting ready to say. One of those candidates are withdrawn.
And who is that?
Mr. Dale Jenkins.
Dale Jenkins is now withdrawn, okay?
Okay, thank you. I would like to proudly say my nominee was Jeff Shane, and he is my nominee for this evening. When we talked about putting together this committee to review our home rule charter, make recommendations as to possibilities of improving it to make our government more efficient, I got to thinking about it. Our home rule charter, the average Joe is not going to be able to sit down and look at a home rule charter and make a very positive, influential contribution to this council, because you really won't know what you're looking at. Who in this room has better knowledge of this parish government? Now, in my opinion, I'm going to say President Cooper's probably got a lot of knowledge. His chief administrative officer's got a lot of knowledge. We've got a finance director who's been here for 3 decades, something like that. We've got some people that understand this government. But I want intelligent people to make not decisions. They're not going to be voting. They're not going to be putting together a proposition to put in front of the public for vote. We're the ones that are going to, if we decide to put together a proposition to present to the voters, we're the one that's going to do that. And all we're asking for is some very good quality people to review that have the ability to understand some of the laws and to make suggested recommendations. It's that simple. As far as the integrity of my nominee, I find it insulting. You know, I've got, when I ran for this office, there were comments made about Mr. Shane or his firm. and how they're in bed basically with developers. And we got uncontrollable growth because they just get to approve anything. They got it all. Hey, it goes through us. I don't agree with everything Mr. Shane and some of his clients have wanted to do. I've said, Jeff, I'm not in favor of it. It won't happen. And I'm going to vote against it. He understands this parish. He understands the growth issues we've got. He's also one of the best individuals, in my opinion, that could be part of an 11-member consulting commission to the council. And that's why I did it, and I stand behind it, and I'm glad that he accepted the possibility of being part of it. He's not getting paid for it. None of us are. And for anybody to think, oh, he's going to have motive, he's going to have some different motives. He's going to be able to change the home rule charters to his advantage and his client's advantage. If that's what's being insinuated, I strongly object, and I think you need to rethink that. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Martha, was that all you had, or?
No, no.
Yeah, and then David, you're next.
Again, this goes back to the group that is going to review this charter. I concur with everything that Mr. Smith said. I have worked with Jeff Shane for 40 years on planning and zoning and here, and I cannot tell you there is not a person in this parish that has more integrity and has looked out for this parish because his family is from here. He's always cared about this parish. He has told his clients, no, that's not going to work in this parish. I have sat in on meetings and stuff. So if there's any concern on anybody's agenda that he would not have the best interests of this parish, then you're sadly mistaken, because he cares more about this parish than anybody that I've ever met. Thank you.
Mr. Kugel?
This is yours.
Mr. Shane, I did have one question for you. Just because I was looking over your resume, I just want to make sure I understood. First off, you're here you're clearly experienced and clearly qualified. I first became familiar with you, from the Bonterra Law Development and D.R. Horton, and I think that's how I first became familiar with you. I guess and I appreciate, looking over your resume, your military service, and I thank you for that. One of the things I just wanted to ask and get clarification on is, on your resume, it's on Jones Fussell Law Firm, and Letterhead, and I know you're a partner there. Are you under the impression, and I think this is important to people, would you be, if you were put on the committee, would you be representing Jones Fussell, or would you be, this is what I'm trying to understand because of the letterhead thing. I'm just a little confused about that.
Sure. Well, I guess since I've been in Jones Fussell for 46 years and the managing partner, typically when I prepare documents of what I consider to be of a business nature, and granted this is personal, it's a resume, but really being done as it relates to potentially being a committee member, I didn't think twice about putting it on Jones Fussell letterhead, and I think I would do it again. If I understand the question, would I be serving individually or as a representative of Jones Fussell? Clearly, I'd be serving individually.
Okay.
Certainly, I would not be representing client interest. I guess if clients express views to me, I would hear them. But ultimately, I think it's my decision as it relates to being a committee member on an issue. And I don't think it would be appropriate for me to act or speak or deliberate or take actions based on what my clients want or don't want, because I don't think that's why I would be appointed to the committee if I am appointed. Otherwise, you'd go get my clients.
Okay, thank you. And I just, one other thing I wanted to mention, Arthur. Some of the concerns mentioned. I think the concern some of the public has is we will be there's going to be, once the committee, whoever is on it, makes recommendations, we are going to be expected, I think, to not obviously look at those, but obviously enact them. And I think that's what a lot of people are concerned about, that whoever's on the committee is going to make recommendations, and then the council then will vote on them. However, there's going to be a considerable, deference to whatever recommendations they make. And that's all I had.
Okay. Mary?
A point of clarification, yes, you will vote on it, but to put it on a proposition for the community to vote on. I just want to make sure that was clear. Whatever recommendations are made, it's going to go to the council to put on a proposition, and then it'll be the vote of the people.
Thank you, Steph. I got the whole board lit. Pat Phillips?
Since we're talking about the candidates we're sort of endorsing, Jeff Ferris was my candidate that I put up, has a history of working with the higher levels of government, policies and procedures, is well capable to dissect how the Home Rule Charter is put together, even though he's not part of the government. And what I'm looking for is somebody coming from the outside looking in, as far as how the parish government's put together, and sort of dissect it and come up with new ideas, like a fresh set of eyes. As far as the two other candidates, Ron Thomas, he's a retired colonel from the Army. Being a military guy myself, I understand, and Mr. Shane, thank you for your service too. I didn't realize you were a military guy. But Ron Thomas, if he's qualified to carry the football for President Reagan, nuclear codes, as the president went around the world, I think he's well qualified to dissect this charter, and I've spoke to them at length and how they would investigate how to research this further and come up with new ideas. He has no preconceptions of what he wants to do, and along with that, General Ernst, when I was in Somalia, we sat off the coast with 2 carrier battle groups. He was a force commander. He was my commanding officer. Ron Thomas worked for him also. And I was there under combat scenario with General Ernst. I would trust him with my life, and the same with Colonel Thomas. So I cannot speak more highly of each of those individuals. Both of them have the capability to not only dissect federal government or military or the Department of Defense procedures and policies, but they'd be well qualified to come from the outside, dissect this, sort of the idea of an inspector general type idea, and come up with some good ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bender?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make a clarification to something that was stated, and I want to say in advance, I don't know the lady that spoke over here, and I don't presume, or I'm also not saying that she in any way intentionally misspoke, but I need to set the record straight. So I was here in 2010, was chairman, and with the 2010 census, the council chose someone, an entity, to do redistricting, and that was brought up. That Jones Fussell, one of their bailiwicks, so to speak, is redistricting. The council did not receive a proposal from Jones Fussell nor Mr. Shane. The council did not consider, therefore, Jones Fussell nor Mr. Shane. And I'm not aware of Mr. Shane or Jones Fussell or any of the members of Jones Fussell firm being involved in redistricting. In 2020, because of COVID, the census was delayed. And when we did redistricting, I happened to be chairman again in 2022. We did a search. We found a law firm in Baton Rouge that, to my knowledge, has never appeared before this council with anything involving St. Tammany Parish or a vote of the council. And once again, we did not seek nor did we receive any interest from Jones Fussell, Mr. Shane, or any member of Jones Fussell. So to say that redistricting is something that they do. I simply wanted to clarify whether they do or they don't. They never made an attempt, nor was there any request to have them involved. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Corbin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My remarks going to be very, very short. I want to take the opportunity. We have, I think, 9 candidates, I believe is what was read off. I'd like to thank each one of those 9 individuals for offering their service, their time and their talents to participate in an unpaid position that's very, very challenging, that the parish, all the constituents of the parish will be looking for good things to come out of whatever they do. I'm a little disappointed in how Mr. Shane was treated a moment ago. I will just say that I respect each and every individual that was selected, and in a few minutes, we'll each get the opportunity to pick and vote on 4 people to go sit on that committee. I think that's what's important. Think about the people that are giving up their time, their talents, their experience, their wisdom to be a part of a committee to go assess how our government's doing, how our government's structured 25 years later after it was originally created. It's a noble cause, and I don't know anybody that I've seen on the list that I would consider a noble participant to go support that effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman O'Brien and then Councilwoman Tanner.
Well, I'll just stick to Ron Thomas, but I would like to say we have a wonderful group of people to choose from. My biggest regret is we can't select more, but I nominated Ron Thomas. So since his name was brought up, I want you to know he's got a master's in public administration. From 72 to 02, he worked worldwide with the U.S. Army. As was mentioned, he carried the football for Ronald Reagan, has very distinct, unusual experience that I think would be tremendous for this process. I don't know of anybody else who has the experience that Ron Thomas has. He ended his working career as a defense contractor, which he did until 2016. And much more important, he's one of the finest gentlemen I know. And he's retired, so he has the time to devote to this. And he's very hopeful that he can serve this community. It'll be the first time he's on any committee or board if he is selected. So again, he is one of the finest gentlemen I know.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Tanner?
Thank you. First of all, Jeff, I would like to say I cannot believe you have been treated like you have today. You've been a dear friend. And, excuse me, but I agree with Martha and I agree with Rick on everything they said. The other thing I would like to say is, people, we have a list of nominees that are great. And this body gets to pick those people. And we have to do it with what we think is right for this parish. And I think that's what we're going to do tonight. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no more lights, let's vote. Yep.
You have to vote.
The sheets.
The sheets.
I have them.
Katrina's got it all.
First day.
So it's the first 4 together.
So in the first round, we picked 4 people.
Yes.
Everybody cross number 11 off your list.
Do we turn them into these? Anybody got a ballot? Katrina first or you first? So the first one with not 8 votes, right?
So anyone that gets over 8 votes will get on, and then more and not get 8 votes, then it'll just be whoever gets the highest votes. If we don't get at least 4 with 8 votes, then we'll just have a voting, if that makes sense.
Yes.
The only issue is, okay, put your mics on.
Can I have a moment of, what do you call it?
Personal privilege. Go ahead, Rick.
Personal privilege? I particularly love a shirt out in that audience right there in the first row. I just want to give you a thumbs up. Gotcha.
Absolutely. Beat Bama. All right, councilmen, take your seats.
Y'all have to say who y'all voted for.
We do? All right, so unfortunately, in the first round, we do not have a winner. However, at this point, we're going to read off our votes so that the public knows who we voted for in the first round. Thank you. All right, we're going to start off in numerical order, and then in the second round, we'll go in reverse numerical order. So, Council District 1, please read your votes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ronald Thomas, General Carl Ernst, Donna McDonald, Jeff Shane.
District 3, Martha, please turn your light.
I got to talk over here. Former Parish President Kevin Davis, Jeff Shane, Mimi Goodyear Dosser, and Keith Epston. Get it out of
Councilwoman Seiden.
Jeff Shane, Carl Ernst, Mimi Dossett, and Ronald Thomas.
Councilman Phillips. Turn your mic on, please.
I have General Ernst, Colonel Thomas, Jeff Ferris, and Keith Esteban. John.
Councilwoman Tanner.
Yes. Kevin Davis, Jeff Shane, Arlene LeBlanc, Mimi Goodyear Doss.
Councilman Impastato.
Kevin Davis, Jeff Shane, General Ernst, and Keith Espadron.
Well, I actually read his name.
Councilman Burke.
Well, I can't speak that eloquently, but former Parish President Kevin Davis, Chris Jean, Jeff Shane, and Ronald Thomas.
Mr. Kugel.
Mayor Joe Lee, Erlana LeBlanc, Ernst, and Ronald Thomas.
Ms. O'Brien.
Arlana LeBlanc, Mimi Goodyear Dossett, Ronald Thomas, Jeff Ferris.
All right. Mr. Bender. Oh, I apologize. I'm next. Chris Jean, Donna McDonald, General Carl Ernst, and Keith Espadron. I can't. That's Keith's name. I have an excuse. I have only half my mouth right now. Mr. Bender.
Yes, Kevin Davis, Chris Jean, Don McDonald, and General Carl Ernst.
Thank you. Mr. Corbin.
Kevin Davis, Chris Jean, Arlana LeBlanc, and Mimi Dossett.
All right, and Mr. Strickland.
Donald McDonald, Arlana LeBlanc, Ronald Thomas, and Keith Espadron.
All right, thank you. All right, Councilman, let's vote. Council, let's vote one more time for four.
Can we have the count for?
Oh, yes.
That's me. Mayor Jolie had 1 vote. Former Parish President Kevin Davis had 6 votes. Chris Jean had 4 votes. Jeff Shane had 6 votes. Donna McDonald had 4 votes. Arlana LeBlanc had 5 votes. General Carl Ernst had 7 votes. Mimi Goodyear Dossett had 5 votes. Ronald Thomas had 7 votes. Jeff Ferris had 2 votes. Dale Jenkins withdrew, and Keith Espadron had 5 votes.
Keith, it's in good fun. We're having fun with your name. All right.
How many did Keith have?
5.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to do another round, and then if we have a winner, we're going to do 3. If we have 2 winners, we'll do 2, and so on. All right, everybody do their vote. All right, council, please take your seats. You want to announce the winner? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, no, we'll. All right, this is round 2. We need to read our votes. Is Jimmy? Okay. Yep. Everybody press your button so we can.
Ready.
All right. Mr. Corbin, please read your votes.
Kevin Davis, Jeff Shane, Arlana LeBlanc, and General Ernst.
All right. Mr. Strickland, would you please read your votes?
Kevin Davis, Donald McDonald, Arlana LeBlanc, and Keith Espedron.
Mr. Bender?
Kevin Davis, Chris Jean, Donna McDonald, General Carl Ernst.
All right, since I'm District 11, Kevin Davis, Donna McDonald, General Carl Ernst, and Keith Espedron. Councilwoman O'Brien?
Jeff Shane, Orlana LeBlanc, Mimi Goodyear Dossett, Ron Thomas.
Mr. Kugel?
Mayor Lee, Arlana LeBlanc, General Ernst, Ron Thomas.
Mr. Burke?
Kevin Davis, Jeff Shane, Carl Ernst, and Ronald Thomas.
Mr. Impastato?
Kevin Davis, Donna McDonald, General Ernst, and Keith Espedron.
Councilwoman Tanner?
Kevin Davis, Jeff Shane, Ms. LeBlanc, and Mimi Goodyear Dossett.
Councilman Phillips?
General Ernst, Ron Thomas, Jeff Ferris, and Keith.
Councilwoman Seiden?
Jeff Shane, Mimi Dossett, Ron Thomas, and Keith Espedron.
Councilwoman Casaubon?
Kevin Davis, Jeff Shane, Mimi, and Keith.
Councilman Smith?
Ronald Thomas, General Ernst, Donna McDonald, Jeff Shane.
All right, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Lee received 1. Former Parish President Kevin Davis received 8. Chris Jean received 1. Jeff Shane received 7. Donna McDonald received 5. Arlana LeBlanc received 5. General Ernst received 8. Mimi Goodyear Dossett received 4. Ronald Thomas received 6. Jeff Ferris received 1, and Keith received 6.
Do we have a winner?
We have 2 winners, former Parish President Kevin Davis and General Carl Ernst.
All right, so on the third round, we're only going to vote for 2, and Kevin Davis and General Ernst are no longer options because they've already been appointed. All right, let's vote. Remember, y'all, we're voting for 2 people. Yeah. All right, everybody press your buttons, and we're going to go in chronological order. District 1.
Jeff Shane, Ronald Thomas.
District 3.
Jeff Shane, Keith.
District 4.
Jeff Shane and Mimi.
District 5.
I have Ronald Thomas and Keith.
District 6.
Jeff Shane and Mimi Goodyear Dawson.
District 7.
Keith Espadron and Donna McDonald.
District 8.
Jeff Shane and Ronald Thomas.
District 9.
Lee and LeBlanc.
District 10.
Jeff Shane and Ron Thomas.
I had Donna McDonald and Keith Espadron. Mr. Bender, could you press your light?
Jeff Shane and Donna McDonald.
Mr. Corbin
Jeff Shane and Keith Espadron.
and Mr. Strickland.
Arlena LeBlanc and Keith Espadron.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Lee received 1. Chris Jean received 0. Jeff Shane received 8. Donna McDonald received 3. Arlana LeBlanc received 2. Mimi Goodyear Dossett received 2. Ronald Thomas received 4. Jeff Ferris received 0. And Keith Espadron received 6. So we have Jeff Shane receiving 8 will be a member of the committee.
All right, now it's about time for us to
And
go.
also, 2 members received 0, so in your next round, you do not vote for them, and that is Chris Jean and Jeff Ferris.
All right, so Chris Jean and Jeff Ferris are off our list, and now we're going to vote for one person. Yeah, and Jeff Shane's off because he won, so.
Given.
Are you finished?
What are you doing? We're on round 3, and oh no,
We're in round 4.
that's it.
Council members, please turn on your lights. All right, we're going in reverse order. Mr. Strickland,
Arlena LeBlanc.
Mr. Corbin,
Arlena LeBlanc.
Mr. Bender,
Arlena LeBlanc.
Orlando LeBlanc.
oh wait, I'm sorry, I'm next. Donna McDonald,
Orlando LeBlanc.
Mr. Kugel,
Jolie.
Mr. Burke,
Arlena LeBlanc.
Mr. Impastato,
Arlena LeBlanc.
No, no, no.
Ms. Tanner, Mrs. Tanner,
Mimi.
Councilman Phillips,
Ron Thomas.
Councilwoman Seiden,
Mimi Dossett.
Councilwoman Casavon. I'm sorry? Mimi? Keith, sorry. Councilman Smith.
Arlena LeBlanc.
Okay. Madam Clerk, are you ready?
Mayor Lee received 1. Donna McDonald received 1. Arlena LeBlanc received 7. Mimi Goodyear Dossett received 2. Ronald Thomas received 1. And Keith Espedron received 1.
Did we have a winner?
We have no winner, and we have no one eliminated. So they need to vote again.
All right, we have to vote. We have to vote one more time. Thanks, Jeff.
It's fair. It complies with the law.
It is transparent too, Jeff. Council, please take your seats. Please press your lights.
Way to fight through it.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people get home.
Oh, yeah. All right, we're going to go in. This is round 5, starting off with District 1. How did you vote? District 2. I'm sorry, District 3. District 4.
LeBlanc.
District 5.
Ron Thomas.
District 6.
Mimi Goodyear Dawson.
District 7. District 8.
Arlena LeBlanc.
District 9.
Mayor Jolie.
District 10.
Arlena LeBlanc.
I voted for Donna McDonald. District 12.
Arlena LeBlanc.
District 13.
Arlena LeBlanc.
District 14.
Arlena LeBlanc.
Madam Clerk?
Thank goodness.
Mayor Lee received 1. Donna McDonald received 1. Arlana LeBlanc received 8. Mimi Goodyear Dossett received 1. Ronald Thomas received 1. Keith Espadron received 1. So Arlana LeBlanc would be the final member of the public.
All right, we have a home rule charter.
Yes, please sign your vote sheets and send them back to me.
Sign them at the top, y'all. All right, moving on to, are you ready for us to move on, Katrina? Yes, ma'am. Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
Chairman, if I could have a moment of personal privilege.
Of course, sir.
I would just like to thank everyone again that volunteered and put their name in and was willing to put their time, their energy, and their talents on the homeroom charter, the home rule charter. The willingness to do that in an unpaid position for something that's so important for our parish is to be commended. I thank the people that made it, and I also want to thank especially the people that didn't. I very much appreciate you volunteering. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, moving on to appointment number 2. Resolution to reappoint Mimi Goodyear.
Do we need to vote them in as a slate?
Yep.
Just a resolution.
All right, can I have a motion to vote?
I move.
All right, Mr. Corbin and Mr. Bender. All right, please vote. This is for the whole slate.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
All right, item number 2, resolution to reappoint Mimi Goodyear Dossett and to appoint Sandy Badinger and Sean Burks to the Board of Commissioners for the St. Tammany Parish Development District. We have multiple motions and multiple seconds. Mr. Kugel, you had your light on?
I just had a question for Mr. Massengale.
Chris?
And Chris, I appreciate you guys staying so long.
Absolutely.
You may remember last December, the month before we got in office, I think that was when the last time this was done. I would just ask going forward, because statutorily you do make the nominations.
Yes, sir.
But we received like a slate, and there's not really, you did send us an email going last week, but just going forward, just ask for advice and consent just before we just receive a slate going forward if you could.
You bet. Be happy to provide some information.
All right, are we prepared to vote as a slate?
Wait, we need it. Who made the motion and who made the second?
Mr. Corbin and Mr. Bender.
That was on the last one.
Oh, and they did it again.
Gotcha.
All right, so please vote. Uh-oh.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
All right. Next up is the consent calendar. Any items not pulled from the consent calendar are automatically approved in whole by 1 vote. Items pulled from the consent calendar are discussed and voted upon individually. A majority vote of the entire council, which is 8, is required to adopt the consent calendar. All right. So if you have your calendar in front of you, we are pulling the following ordinances for introduction. Number 5, which is 7728. Number 20, which is 7743. Number 21, 7744. 22-7745, 23-7746, 24-7747, 26-7749. From the audience, we have number 12-7735, number 18-7741, number 25-7748. Under resolutions, we have number 4, Resolution C-7018, number 5-7019. Also from number 9-7023. Anything else from the administration? Nope.
There's anything left?
And looking to my left, Pat?
You said 12, 18, what were the ones from the audience?
25.
25. Which one's my renaming? Do you know?
It's a
It's pulled?
let me double check. I think it's a last ordinance. 7749. It's 26.
All
I
right,
had
we-
it marked, but I didn't call.
We
Yeah,
didn't
you
pull.
called it.
We did? Okay.
7749. You called it.
No, it's 7, okay.
You called
Gotcha. Alrighty, Mr. Corbin?
2.
Number 2, is that 7725?
Hang on, let me find it.
Is it a finance?
It's a resolution.
Oh, resolution.
I apologize. C-7016.
Okay. C-7016. We're pulling that one too. You got that one? 7018.
Yes, he did.
Yes, ma'am. All right. May I have a motion to accept?
So moved.
All right.
Second.
Mr. Impastato? All right, please vote to accept the consent calendar, minus the items pulled.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
All right, first up is item number 5 under ordinances for introduction. This is 7728, ordinance to amend the 2024 operating budget, amendment number 17. Councilwoman Tanner, do we have any cards? No.
Okay. I would like to amend this to take the criminal court fund, remove that from this ordinance.
Okay. So we have a motion to amend.
Second.
And we have a second. Mr. Corbin?
I support. I was going to second it.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
All right. All right, now we need a motion to introduce as amended. Mr. Burke and Councilwoman Tanner.
Who? Okay.
Okay. Burke and Tanner. All right, we did 17 already, right?
We did.
Okay.
We're on 12.
12. Next up, item number 12, ordinance calendar number 7735, ordinance to authorize the St. Tammany Parish government through the office of the parish president to acquire full ownership interest of a certain property adjudicated to St. Tammany Parish for right-of-way maintenance and/or improvement. This is in Ward 2, District 3. And we have a card on it, but Ms. Casavan, you pressed your light? All right, Ms. Johanna Minor?
She walked out.
Okay. All right.
Janai.
Is the deputy still here? Can you see if Miss Johanna Minor still wishes to speak? I believe she's in a red sweater.
It's Johanna.
Oh, Johanna, I apologize. No, that's fine. If she declines to speak, that's fine.
She pulled all this stuff on purpose.
Yeah.
She pulled a lot.
She did. She pulled.
a bunch.
She's got a bunch of cards.
She put
So
in
we'll-
6 cards.
All right. So, Councilwoman Casablon.
No, introduce.
All right. Do you make the motion to introduce? Do we have a second? All right. Mr. Corbin, and which is next? All right.
Yeah, 18.
18. Next up is number 18, ordinance calendar number 7741, ordinance to amend section 2 dash 183B 1 and B2, the St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances, particularly the Department of Finance for the reorganization of parish departments.
It's the two ladies that just left.
All right, Ms. Donna Benoit and Ms. Johanna Miner. No. All right, at this point, I'll entertain a motion to introduce Mr. Bender and Mr. Impastato. All right, was
Number
9?
20.
Item number 20, ordinance to extend for 6 months the moratorium on receipt of submissions by the Parish Planning and Zoning Commission for the re-subdivision or rezoning of property and/or the issuance of permits by the Parish Department of Planning and Development permits for the construction or placement of building structures on property within Avery Estates, Ward 8, District 13. Mr. Corbin?
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, Jeff. I apologize. Please. There you go.
Thank you, Chairman Laughlin. This subdivision is a subdivision that the parish is currently in the process of prioritizing buyouts. We're buying out that property and returning it to any properties that are bought out will be returned to a conservancy and go back to their natural state. We're going to maintain this until we finish the buyout process. There's no reason to build in this area when we're paying to buy out those properties. I am aware, unfortunately, of one person who bought a piece of property there and approached me about it, and I let him know we have a moratorium. So we need to make sure it's out there and maintain it, make sure it stays publicized. Thank you.
All right, are you going to make a motion?
So moved. Second.
All right. Mr. Impastato, Mr. Corbin.
Okay.
All right. Number 21, ordinance calendar number 7744, ordinance to extend for an additional 6 months the moratorium on the opening of new streets in Angelic Estates. This is Ward 3, District 5. Mr. Phillips?
I so move this area, along with the next ordinance, which we'll be talking about, is heavily, takes on a lot of water. It's a lot of drainage issues there. They haven't been corrected, and there's some other potential building going on around there, so I'd like to keep the moratorium going in. There's also projects going to be conducted by the parish that need to take place.
All right. So we have, are you making the motion?
I did.
All right. And the second, Kathy? All right. So next up is number 22, ordinance calendar number 7745, ordinance to extend for 6 months the moratorium on receipt of submissions by the Parish Planning and Zoning Commission for the re-subdivision or rezoning of property and/or the issuance of certain permits by the Parish Department of Planning and Development permits for the construction or placement of certain building structures on property in the area bounded by Interstate 12, Highway 59, Sharp Road, Highway 190, being a portion of the Little Creek, Ponchatoula Creek, Bayou Tetlors, and Bayou Chinchuba drainage basins, Ward 4, District 5. Pat?
I so move. It's a heavily, it takes on a lot of water. We have some major projects going on there to include a retention pond by Westwood subdivision and Sharp Road drainage going on along there, and some other things of interest up on Dove Park Road. So yeah, I so move.
Thank you. Do we have a second? All right, Mr. Strickland. All right. Item number 23, ordinance calendar number 7746, ordinance to extend for 6 months the moratorium on issuance of building or conditional use permits for construction or placement of building structures on property within the portion of unincorporated town of Alton subdivision, Ward 9, District 14. Mr. Strickland?
Due to some further study, I wish to continue the moratorium.
All right, and second by Mr. Kugel. Item number 24, ordinance calendar number 7747, ordinance to extend for 6 months the moratorium on the receipt of submissions by the Parish Zoning and Planning Commission for the rezoning or re-subdivision of property and/or the issuance of permits for construction or placement on any any building structures on property south of Interstate 12, north of Highway 190, west of Highway 11, and east of Precinct S19 boundary line within unincorporated boundaries of Ward 9 in District 14. Mr. Strickland.
Yes, same, due to some further investigation of some infrastructure, I wish to continue that moratorium.
Okay. All right, Mr. Strickland and Corbin. All right.
25.
Ordinance calendar number 7748, ordinance to address public comments, improve code administration, and make minor changes and corrections, and clarify the St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances. We have a card from Miss Johanna Minor. Is she's still gone? All right. At this point, I'll entertain a motion to introduce. All right, Mr. Smith and Mr. Corbin.
26.
All right, here's the one I've been waiting for. Ordinance calendar number 7749, ordinance to rename the Slidell Carollo Tammany Trace Trailhead as the Von Foucault Carollo Trailhead, Ward 9, District 11. Thanks. Yep. Thank y'all. Do y'all want to say anything? Keep it short, Chief, please. It's late.
No, I'm too happy to, say anything. But I want to thank you all. This has been a long, some people want a lot of stuff from you. I just want a little sign, But I'm 64 years old, and all my life I've been living in Bon Foucault. And Arthur, you kept your promise. Bon Foucault is the oldest place in St. Tammany Parish. Thank you, Parish President. Thank each one of you all. And Mary, we have a lot of work to do. Thank y'all very much.
Y'all have a good night. Thank you, Chief. Which one's next?
Resolution number 2.
All right, resolution number 2, Resolution Council Series number C7016. Resolution supporting the Department of Engineering to formally establish a traffic control program for St. Tammany Parish as specifically described in the traffic calming program dated September 2024. Mr. Corbin.
Yeah, I just wanted to commend the engineering department for putting together that program. That work started in January. I had the opportunity to sit in on meetings with Daniel and also get a copy of the report early to review the draft and then also review it when it came out final. So I applaud what you're trying to do. It sets out a process for how speed bumps and other traffic calming activities or equipment might be put in a specific area. It sets out the process so the public knows how to go access that equipment. So moved.
All right. And so Corbin Binder. All right, now we need to vote on this one?
Yes.
All right, please vote your machines.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent. It was an ordinance.
Oh,
It has some layovers in it.
gotcha. All right, which one's next? Is number 4? All right. Under resolutions number 4, Resolution Council Series number C7018, resolution ordering and calling special elections to be held in Sales Tax District 3 of the Parish of St. Tammany, State of Louisiana, to authorize the extension and rededication of a sales and use tax to the Parish of St. Tammany, State of Louisiana, to authorize the renewal of a special tax therein, and 3, Road Lighting District Number 10 of the Parish of St. Tammany, State of Louisiana, to authorize the renewal of a service charge therein, making application to the State Bond Commission, and providing for other matters in connection therewith. All right, so
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I would like to make a motion to amend and separate.
All right, so we have a motion to amend and separate. So that means to take each one separately. And Maureen is second?
And there are separate resolutions provided for you.
Yes, Bond Council has provided separate resolutions for us. So to put it in layperson's terms, we're going to vote on the sales tax renewal, the library renewal, and the lighting district. Is that correct? Individually.
Correct. You have
Yeah.
to vote on this amendment first.
All right, so first let's vote to split.
amendment?
Yeah.
Yes to amend?
Oh my God.
Just split it.
So we're, yeah, we're going to vote, yeah.
And then we need to amend this road tax.
Pat's a nice dresser.
Hmm?
Pat's a nice dresser.
He is a nice
jacket.
dresser.
He's sharp.
We only have 9 votes.
Y'all check your machines, make sure you voted. Everybody?
The motion
I know,
is
it's
unanimous
weird
with
that it's
2
coming.
absent.
All right. Now, we do have 2 cards. I'm sorry, we have 4 cards. Johanna Miner, Donna Benoit, Harry Morgan, Ruth Terry Sipos? Sipos? Come on down. Thank you for being patient with us this evening.
Many years ago, I traveled to St. Louis to see my daughter perform, staying at a beautiful B&B. The husband of one of the other performers and I were the first ones down for breakfast. He spied my CD player and asked what kind of music I listened to. I explained that I was listening to a book. Oh, he asked, where do you buy your audiobooks? I looked up at him in astonishment and said, at my library, of course. That's why I pay taxes. Only later in the conversation did I find out he is one of Jeff Bezos' wunderkinds. How embarrassing. There are many aspects of the library I'm sure you are aware. However, I'd like to address a tiny sliver, wireless outside usage. Did those get passed out? Ashley?
I think we might
Here we
have.
go. Memories are short. Where would we have been without our libraries after Katrina? They were the hub of information and where we communicated with and filled out forms for FEMA. More recently, when COVID closed down so much in our lives, our libraries were open. Even if we could not go in them, we had access to books passed through doors in plastic bags. Outside internet usage was born then and continues to this day. I have heard some insist that we have no need for as many libraries, suggesting only Slidell, Covington, and Mandeville would be enough. I've also heard that folks should just buy the books wanted. I was a public school teacher. My husband was also. There was no way we could have afforded my listening habit. What about those individuals and families with fewer financial resources? Just look at the last column on the services statistics usage to date data sheet. Only Covington, Mandeville, and Madisonville libraries have more Insight computer usage during working hours than computer usage after hours. All others have often significant number of hours utilizing free internet services provided by your libraries until 10 p.m. Who are these people? Well, I can assure you they do not have access to internet service at home, either because of location or more likely due to lack of financial resources. But people can have connectivity on their phones, you might say. Try doing research and writing a paper or filling out job applications on that screen. Many of these patrons live in rural areas or working people who only have access to libraries after hours. They are taxpayers just trying to get ahead or helping their kids who are in school. During heat, cold, and mosquitoes, in light and in darkness, citizens young and old are pulled up to those libraries to take advantage of a service we didn't even know we needed until COVID showed the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, seeing no other cards, I'm going to close it to the public. Oh, did you fill out a card, sir? What's your name, sir?
No, we don't have time, Scott.
Oh, yes, sir. Come down, sir. He put down Lacombe Library. That's why. Come down, Mr. Ankle. Yeah.
I was going to say, I don't have it.
Did you have one, ma'am? Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I don't have hers either.
She just wanted.
Oh, they got it. Oh, yeah. That's what he wrote. Remember?
That's what I think.
I'd like to read a statement that would refute the public charges made before the library. Control Board at the last meeting by a person from Mandeville who identified as, I guess it's Johanna Minor. She claims some vague moral authority over the Lacombe Library and against my community. She first claimed to have volunteered for some unknown and unidentified capacity for 24 years at all the schools in St. Tammany Parish, then admitted that was false. She claimed to know the community well and said she loves everyone in the community, as if this entitles her to have jurisdiction over the library in Lacombe. For she immediately went on to say she has many reasons for not wanting Lacombe to have a new and expanded library. However, the one and only reason she gave for her decision to deny us a better library is that her cadre of mothers and grandmothers have found egregious books in our library that she identifies as filth. It seems her interpretation of filth is dubious. From my experience with our library, it seems the only filth is in imagination and not on the shelves. I object to and reject her baseless assertions. The manner in which she claims the filth was discovered was by children, the validity of which is questionable and highly suspect. Rather than proof, she offers a foolish prattle that is nothing more than contrived nonsense, which nevertheless personally insults us as individuals and diminishes our entire community. It also degrades our forward progress and does damage to our educational system. It also dishonors us as people and as a community. She harms our future with her narrow-minded accusations, with her own unnatural definition of filth, which is deliberately designed to deprive us of the advantages of a better library. I do not understand her mistaken negativity. Why is it her anger is directed at Lacombe? Why does she slander us with perverted bias? Why does she cast blame on our caring and dedicated librarian with twisted
Sir, you're out of time.
falsehoods? What?
You got 30 seconds, sir.
You mean I waited this long to be denied?
Well, sir, I agree. I understand what you're trying to say, but this is not an issue that we're on the agenda tonight. What issue?
Library wasn't on it?
Sir, just to put the millage on the vote. That was it.
No, just try to wrap it up this time. It's fine. You can finish.
Okay,
Just
well,
wrap it up.
in any case, Lacombe is the environmental and historical cultural heart of St. Tammany Parish. We need a better library, a great library to serve our great people. We have people that use it. I have used it for a number of different things, and I know that it's essential for us to have a decent and expanded library in our community.
So you support us putting it on the millage on?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Todd.
All right, closing it to the public. Bringing it back to the council, Mr. Kugel, you have your light on?
So this is just to put the millage on the mark.
on the ballot.
And,
That's
was Director LaRocco aware it was going to be on the agenda tonight?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. At this point, it's a bond.
He didn't need to speak.
It's a bond council issues.
Yeah, are we doing the library first?
Yep. We can do the library. David, do you want to do the library first? Yep. All right, let's do the Maureen?
Just want to say that I think there was a little bit of a typo. One of my constituents mentioned that in number 2, the word library was not in there. and they didn't see that word, didn't understand what it was until they went into the agenda packet. So I think that was just a typo, so I wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Mo. Okay, so we need a motion to, Jeff, are we to what, to take the library first? All right. So we have a motion and a second by Mr. Corbin and Mr. Burke to vote on the library. So this is to put the library on the library tax on the ballot. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
All right, at this point, I'll entertain a motion by Mr. Corbin for the sales tax renewal.
I'll make a motion to put the sales tax, take sales tax District Number 3 proposition second.
Okay, and Mr. Smith? All right, Corbin and Smith. All right, please vote for the sales tax.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
All right, and lastly, let's do the lighting district for lighting district number 10. Mr. Burt? Did you want to amend,
To the $80, from $50 to $80? Yes. Bond council price. You want me to talk
Yeah.
on it?
Emily?
So the proposition language that was in your original packet had the renewal of the road district number 10 lighting district service charge at $50 per structure. Finance reviewed that and determined that $50 per structure was not adequate funding for the expenses incurred by the lighting district, and found that $80 per structure would be adequate. So I believe that bond council prepared an amendment for $80 per structure, which will need to be considered by the council.
All right, so do we have a motion? Pat and Jeff. So Burke and Corbin.
To amend.
This is to amend. All right, so please vote on the amendment. And this is to change it to $80.
To $80
Right.
per structure, yeah.
All right. All right, would the same two gentlemen like to make the motions to put this back on the ballot?
So moved.
All right, yep. All right, and now please vote to put it on the ballot.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Excellent. Next item up to be pulled is Resolution Council Series Number C7019, resolution granting approval to the Fire Protection District Number 8 of the Parish of St. Tammany, Louisiana, to call and hold an election on March 29, 2025, to request the electorate of the district to renew and levy and collection of special ad valorem taxes in the district, and further providing for other matters in connection therewith. Ms. Tanner?
Thank you so much. I talked to the fire chief for this district and also the board chairman, and they are in agreement to postpone this and put it on the December agenda. They will have a May election. So I need a postponement.
All right, so we have a motion to postpone by Councilwoman Tanner, second by Mr. Phillips. Do we need to vote?
Yes.
Yep, please vote. This is to postpone for 1 month.
The motion is unanimous with two absent.
All right, is there anything else, Paul?
Yeah. 7023.
All right. This is item number 9, resolution, Council Series Number 7023, resolution to vacate in part the moratorium originally established by Ordinance Council Series Number 22-4979 on the receipt of submissions by the Parish Planning and Zoning Commission for the re-subdivision or rezoning of certain property and/or the issuance of certain permits by the Parish Department of Planning and Development for the construction or placement of certain building structures on properties in the area bounded by 11th Street, Harrison Avenue, Highway 59, Fire Tower Road, 5th Avenue, and Hellenberg Road, specifically the property situated in Section 12, Township 7, Range 11 East, Parish of St. Tammany, also bearing the municipal address of 21501 Soul Drive in Abita Springs. This is Ward 3, District 11. All right, and we had one card in support. So this is my district, and I can't make a motion, so Mr. Impastato, can I have a second? Second by Mr. Burke. Oh, sorry, Mr. Phillips.
Is that a single-family home?
It's one property.
Okay.
And a vote.
All right, can we vote? No.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
All right, Mr. Impastato, I can no longer speak.
I can.
Almost done.
Great job on it.
Thank you.
Way to fight through it.
Oh, one moment.
Katrina, do you have any cards?
Just Joanna Minor.
Okay.
Okay. We ready?
Wait a second.
She's got to switch you and I out.
So bossy. Oh, good, I can vote here. That's good. Arthur, you want your water? Get your little straw.
Yeah, bring it back with my pink straw.
Your little straw. What's that movie?
I'm good.
Is my microphone on?
Here it go.
Ordinance calendar number 7705, ordinance to extend a 6-month moratorium on the receipt of submissions by the Parish Planning and Zoning Commission for the re-subdivision or rezoning of property and/or the assurance of certain permits by the Parish Department of Planning and Development, permits for the construction of certain building structures on Transmitter Road and bound by East North Shore Boulevard, Highway 433, south of Interstate 12 to Bayou Liberty Road, Jefferson Avenue, Napoleon Avenue, Florian Road, Laurent Road, and to Lake Pontchartrain, being a portion of Council District Number 11, Wards 7, 8, and 9. Do we have a motion? By Chairman Laughlin, second by Mr. Strickland. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with two absent.
Ordinance calendar number 7707, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to reclassify a certain parcel located on the east side of Louisiana Highway 1083, north of Cleveland Road, Covington, in which property comprises of a total of 1 acre of land, more or less, from its present R2 Rural Residential Development District and RO Rural Overlay to an R2 Rural Residential District, RO Rural Overlay, and Manufactured Home Overlay District. Ward 10, District 6, Ms. Tanner. Motion by Ms. Tanner, second by Ms. Kazabon. Is there any discussion? Please vote.
Everybody voted?
Oh, sorry.
Still not everybody. The motion is unanimous with two absent.
Number 3 is ordinance calendar number 7708, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to reclassify a certain parcel located on the west side of East 2nd Street, south of Arthur Road, Covington, and which property comprises a total of .295 acres of land, more or less, from its present S1 Suburban Residential District to an S1 Suburban Residential District and Manufactured Housing Overlay. Ward 3, District 2.
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Ms. Tanner, second by Ms. Kazabon. Is there any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 4 is ordinance calendar number 7709, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to reclassify a certain parcel located on the south side of North Pontchartrain Drive, west of Silv Road, being 62790 North Pontchartrain Drive, Lacombe, in which property comprises a total of .051 acres of land, more or less, from its present present L1 large residential lot overlay to an L1 large residential district, manufactured housing overlay. Mr. Chairman, would you please make a motion to postpone?
Yes. I make a motion to postpone.
Second by Mr. Bender. Is there any discussion? Please vote. I need to make a note to go look at that.
Ms. Casabon, what was your vote? You can say it verbally. Yes. With a verbal yes from Ms. Casabon, the motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 5 is ordinance calendar number 7710, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to reclassify a certain parcel located on the east side of Military Road, north of I-10, south of Sycamore Drive, Slidell, in which property comprises a total of 77.39 acres of land more or less from its present Lofton Estates PUD to an R1 Rural Development District. Ward 8, District 9, Mr. Kugel. Motion by Mr. Kugel, second by Mr. Strickland. Is there any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Number 6 is ordinance calendar number 7711, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to reclassify a certain parcel located on the west side of Airport Road, south of Redwood Street, being 61325 Airport Road, Slidell, in which property comprises a total of 2.63 acres of land, more or less, from its present HC Highway Commercial District to an ML Low Multiple Family Residential District to an MM Medium Multifamily Residential District in Ward 9, District 11. Mr. Laughlin.
Yep. So moved.
Move, second by Mr. Strickland. Any discussion? Please vote. There can be sometimes, for sure. Or number 7, right? Lucky 7. Lucky
The
7.
motion is unanimous with two absent.
Ordinance calendar number 7712, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to reclassify a certain parcel located on the east side of Voters Road, Slidell, and which property comprises a total of 3.43 acres of land, more or less, from its present HC2 Highway Commercial District to an HC3 Highway Commercial District in Ward 8, District 14. Mr. Strickland. Motion, Mr. Strickland, second by Mr. Corbin. Is there any discussion? Please vote. Is there any discussion? Please vote. No, sorry.
The motion is unanimous with two absent.
Number 8 is ordinance calendar number 7713, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to reclassify a certain parcel located on the east side of Pontchartrain Drive, being Lot 153, Eden Isle Subdivision Unit 1, and in which property comprises a total of .77 acres of land, more or less, from its present HC Highway Commercial District to an ML Low Multifamily Residential District, Ward 9, District 13. Mr. Corbin.
This is the first of 3 items where we're cleaning up, where it went from HC2 and apartments were taken out, so it's going to lower medium family density. So moved.
Motion by Mr. Corbin, second by Mr. Strickland. Is there any discussion?
He just discussed.
Please vote.
He did discuss.
Here we go with Katrina.
Mr. Smith, what was your vote? With a verbal yes from Mr. Smith, the motion is unanimous with two absent.
Ordinance calendar number 7714, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to reclassify a certain parcel located on the east side of Pontchartrain Drive, being Lot 154, Eden Isle Subdivision Unit 1, and which property comprises a total of .44 acres of land, more or less, from its present HC Highway Commercial District to an ML Low Multifamily Residential District, Ward 9, District 13. Mr. Corbin. Motion, Mr. Corbin, second by Mr. Strickland. Is there any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with two absent.
Number 10 is ordinance calendar number 7715, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to reclassify a certain parcel located on the northwest corner of Dogwood Street and Rose Street, Covington, being lots 8, 9, and 10, square 7, Abita Nursery, in which property comprises a total of .29 acres of land, more or less, from its present S1 Suburban Residential District to an S1 Suburban Residential District and manufactured home overlay. Ward 3, District 2.
I make the motion.
Motion by Ms. Tanner, second by Ms. Casabon. Is there any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 11 is ordinance calendar number 7716, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to reclassify a certain parcel located on the east side of Pontchartrain Drive, being Lot 100 and Lot 101, Unit 1, Eden Isle subdivision, Slidell, in which property comprises a total of .77 acres of land, more or less, from its present highway commercial district to an MH multifamily district, Ward 9, District 13. Mr. Corbin. Motion, Mr. Corbin, second by Mr. Strickland. Is there any discussion? Please vote.
Motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 12 is ordinance calendar number 7717, ordinance to amend the 2024 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 37, fishing pier facilities capital projects. Mr. Corbin. Motion, Mr. Corbin, second by Chairman Laughlin. Any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 13 is ordinance calendar number 7718, ordinance authorizing the Parish of St. Tammany through the office of the Parish President to accept an act of dedication and donation of Jacques Drive, Ward 1, District 1. Mr. Smith. Motion by Ms. Smith, second by Ms. Seiden. Any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 14 is ordinance calendar number 7719, ordinance accepting Ozone Place Town of Mandeville subdivision into the road and drainage inventories as per enter the right-of-way resolution number 19-105, Ward 4, District 7. Mr. Laughlin. Motion second by Mr. Burke. Is there any discussion? Please vote.
Mr. Laughlin, what was your vote?
Sorry, yay.
With a verbal yes from Mr. Laughlin, the motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 15 is ordinance calendar number 7720, ordinance accepting finalized subdivision into road and drainage inventories, specifically Spring Haven subdivision, Phase 1 and 2, Ward 1, District 4. Ms. Seiden. Motion, Ms. Seiden, second by Mr. Phillips. Is there any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Number 16 is ordinance calendar number 7721, ordinance to address public comments, improve code administration, make minor changes and corrections, and clarify the St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances parish-wide. Motion by Chairman Laughlin, second by Mr. Burke, and we have cards on this.
They're not here.
Ms. Donna Benoit and Johanna, mine are not here. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Please vote. I didn't lose my place. What number was that?
Oh, that was 16. Now we're on 17.
Has everybody voted? Mr. Phillips, what was your vote?
Yay.
With a verbal yes from Mr. Phillips, the motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Number 17 is ordinance calendar number 7722, ordinance to amend the St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances, Part 2, Unified Development Code, Chapter 900, Infrastructure, Section 900-6, Drainage and Flood Prevention, Section 900-6.5, Placement of fill to remove from an area of special concern, squares 15 and 16, Tammany Hill subdivision. This was Mr. Rolling's district. Motion, Mr. Smith, second by Ms. Tanner. Any discussion?
Mr. Phillips has his light on.
Okay, Mr. Phillips.
Yeah, I just like to make sure I understand what's going on with this ordinance.
Daniel, are you here?
Mr. Shea might be able to address it.
Mr. Shane, would you like to address it?
I'm representing the petitioner, and I'll be glad to speak after Mr. Hill if necessary.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Shane. This is the second to last one, Mr. Phillips.
He was ready to go.
Sorry about that, Mr. Hill.
I'm just wanted to understand number 17, the St. Tammany Hills subdivision or resolution. What is that?
Tammany Hill subdivision.
Yeah, it's number 17.
Removing from special
Placement of
concern.
field to remove from an area.
Yes, this is to remove area out of this area of special concern in Tammany Hills. Like, what specific questions do you have?
Well, you're going to is that the area where they want to put the subdivision?
Yes.
Okay, I thought we were waiting for the Corps of Engineers to get back on that, as far as whether they could put the fill in there or not. So if we take that off, that means they could just put the fill in there, right?
We can't waive Corps engineer requirements with us. This is the parish fill regulations. So if the Corps places restriction on it, that's dependent upon their outcomes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Shane, please be brief.
Yeah, I will be. Directed certainly to the councilman that asked the question. I assume you're aware, but if you're not, so the owner of the property engaged Richard C. Lambert and Associates to conduct a study, which was submitted to the parish. The parish took a look at the study to make sure that the flow information that was provided indicated that the facilities in place could in fact handle the waters downstream. So based on the request, the study, but then it was studied by staff to determine that removing this relatively small area would not be injurious to anyone downstream. I just want to make sure that the record includes that data.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying. I do know we went to a, I guess you call it a town hall meeting, whatever it was up in the St. Tammany Hill area, and there's supposed to be a town hall meeting, hopefully with the Corps of Engineers coming in and actually running the town hall meeting for the people to discuss what's going on up there. I just thought this was a little bit premature to remove that before that meeting takes place. I mean, the perception then with the people is going to be that they already got the right to do that the Corps came through and said, hey, you got permission to do it, you know, so it's a perception thing. Not that I totally disagree with this. I'm just wondering if we could just hold off on this till we have that, see if the Corps comes back to have that meeting here in the chambers.
Well, with all due respect, we would like to procure the ordinance adoption this evening because we recognize that in terms of permitting and moving forward, it's going to be dependent on the Corps. This is simply what I would consider a parish issue, an important parish issue, but we've met the threshold and your staff concurs. So I would suggest that by adopting this ordinance, there should not be a perception that someone has a green light to put a shovel in the ground, because it's going to be very dependent on what the Corps opts to do.
Okay, so Mr. Phillips, there's a motion and a second on the table. If you would like to make a motion to postpone, it would supersede this. It's your choice.
This is Mr. Rowland's
Yeah, it's Larry Rollins, but I'm right next to it. Right there, a couple hundred feet away is, this drainage goes into the area I represent. So.
Mr. Rowling may not be here this evening, but he's very aware of this matter and in fact is supportive of it. And again, with all due respect to your comments, I don't mean this.
They can't do anything until they get the permission from the Corps of Engineers. So it's not, like he said, they cannot start anything and until they get that permission from it. So has a motion been made?
Okay.
There's a motion and a second on the floor now.
I'll just, I'm going to abstain from the vote. Okay. Because I'd be waiting for the people to have their say if the Corps comes through. I don't want to interfere with Mr. Rowling's district. I do have concerns about my district. And then again, I think it's Mr. Wayner's going to be building up there, and I don't want to jeopardize him getting his project going. So I'm just going to abstain from the vote.
Yes, sir. Okay. Is there any further discussion? Please vote.
The motion passes with 11 yeas, 2 abstentions, and 1 absent.
Number 18 is on its calendar.
One moment. Okay.
I can go.
Go right ahead.
Number 18 is ordinance calendar number 7723. Ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana to reclassify a certain parcel located on the north side of Louisiana Highway 21, east of Louisiana Highway 1085, Covington, in which property comprised a total of 1.7 acres of land, more or less, from its present HC2 Highway Commercial District to an HC3 Highway Commercial District, Ward 1, District 1. Mr. Smith.
So moved.
Second by Ms. Seiden. Is there any discussion? Please vote. It's time to go into
The
executive session.
motion is unanimous with one absence.
I make a motion with.